Today, in this biggest undertaking of my only occasionally meltdown-inducing YouTube career, I am attempting a trick that I believe would make a Navy SEAL tremble in fear. Olympic gymnasts will watch on in horror with their hearts in their throats at the peril of the situation I am about to place myself in. Today I am conducting an experiment that will change me in ways I cannot yet even comprehend. I am attempting, almost entirely by myself, to make a list of the top 100 games of all time that people will find, if not agreeable, at least respectable. And why do I attempt such a monumental task? Well, let me try and explain. Confession time. My name is Fudge, and I have a complex or a syndrome or whatever you want to call it, wherein I love trying things that I know I probably cannot achieve. I have always wanted things that I cannot have, and today I want, largely by myself, to release an attempt at a top 100 games of all time list that will not result in death threats. Of course, I will fail. Of course, this idea is flawed in its very conception. There are 100 games on this list, and if you think for even a second that you will agree with all of them, or even half of them, or even a quarter of them being on this list and being exactly where they are, then you are very possibly almost half as naive as me. I'm doing this because I have an unexplainable compulsion to do the things I think no one else will do, or even try. I know this will not stand as any kind of definitive list by any metric, but the ways in which it will fail to be so are fascinating. They'll tell us so much about art and subjectivity. Maybe you get to the very end of this list and you think, well, actually, this is a pretty good list. And I'll say, hey, thanks, I appreciate the compliment. And also, you are wrong. And so am I. I am also wrong. And then I'll stare at you like this. Even knowing the futility of this endeavour, I have earnestly attempted to do the best job I possibly can with this list. In creating the list you're about to see, I have absorbed a number of opinions and takes, consumed a level of content that would make even the most jobless, TikTok-obsessed millennial burst into flames on the spot. Just contemplating the amount of think pieces I have watched and read would make them supernova like a collapsing star. I have scoured the all-time top-rated games on Metacritic, OpenCritic, Backlogged. I have perused the top 100 games of all time lists put out by outlets like IGN and British GQ multiple times. I have gone deep on some of the nichest and stupidest Reddit threads you have ever seen in your entire life. Most of them from r/Yakuza. In the dying days of my tenure at Hard Drive, I even attempted to orchestrate our own top 100 list on the basis of pure favourites as opposed to objective quality, and even with subjectivity so clearly ingrained into this list's fundamental makeup, I felt a deep disgust upon discovering that Fallout 4 had made it into our top 100. If it can happen to me, it will happen to you. In making this list, I became an incomprehensible Lovecraftian amalgamation of the general consensus, and even despite my best efforts, I found my own personal opinion worming its way through. Because it didn't matter how many columns and articles there were out there espousing the virtues of destiny, I simply could not bring myself to put it on this list.
There's a wizard here. You have to kill it. The wizard's here! That wizard came from the moon.
By that same token, all the Game of the Year awards and all the impressive technical craftsmanship in the world could not make me put The Last of Us Part 2 on this list when I feel its pacing and theming are so monumentally bungled. I love that word, bungled. I'm going to be using that again at some point in this video. So try as I might, I could not be truly objective. This is not some kind of algorithmic mathematic collation of every critical score given to every game ever. I tried to censor my own opinion as much as possible. I put countless games that I don't even like Skyrim and Half-Life on this list because I recognise that I am the outlier. And yet, even so, look at just some of the highly regarded games that didn't make this list. Okami? Cyberpunk? Overwatch? Oh, I bet you're absolutely furious right now. And I could spend all the time in the world justifying my reasoning behind why some games didn't make this list, but I won't. If knowing that these games won't be on this list makes you furious, good. Let it. Get it all out of your system now, because there are so many disagreements still to come on this list. I'm sure I encourage you, look upon these names and despair. Feel all the rage you're ever gonna feel, and then let it go. Accept it. If you don't, you're going to spend the whole video going, that's not better than Cyberpunk. And let me tell you, if you don't, my number 100 is absolutely going to do that to you. It's going to do that to you about like every game you're seeing right now, okay? Give up. Succumb to the chaos. I urge you to keep in mind that 100 is an incredibly exclusive number. If we consider video games to have effectively begun in 1972 with the launch of Pong, then we have just over 50 years of history to draw from. That's, as the scholars would say, a fucking shitload. I would estimate that 100 great games came out in 2023 alone, and that's not even including Starfield, because that was bad. Just because a game didn't make it on this list, that doesn't mean it's bad or that I think it's bad. Hell, a lot of the games outside of this list have solid arguments for being bona fide 10 out of 10s. I am admitting that as much as I have tried to be objective and create a list most people could agree on, I have not been able to rule out my own opinion entirely. I would estimate that this list is approximately 75% the appropriation of the internet's collective consciousness and 25% my own subconsciousness telling me you've got to get Soul Calibur in this fucking thing somehow, man. And I tried so hard, but I couldn't. The 75% of my brain won over the 25% of my heart, but how many times could it not come out on top? Well, as it turns out, a few times. There are definitely a handful of quote-unquote spicier picks on this list, ones that do not get the attention they deserve in critic circles and our collective memory, but I have elected to champion because my heart won out, and I think they have far more of a case for greatness than we give them credit for. Yes, I am trying to keep very close to general consensus, but I think it's more fun this way with a few of these in here, and I hope you'll agree. It also needs to be said that while I have spent my 20-something years on this green earth functioning much like a machine that converts video games into played video games, even I have some gaps in knowledge. I'm talking visual novels, JRPGs, sports games, all those PlayStation exclusives that do the same fucking over-the-shoulder third-person narrative-led action-adventure thing, because honestly, I was kind of tired of that kind of game around God of War 2018. I hope this doesn't serve as a Pinteresque betrayal to you, but I have not played every video game on this list. In some entries, I'm gonna have to just kind of wing it. Just regurgitate the talking points I've seen online and offer up a cacophony of the opinions of those whom I trust and respect who actually have played these games. This is obviously a huge flaw in having one person attempt something like this, and honestly a huge part of the reason I find it so fun and interesting. Just briefly, I want to talk about the ever-pervasive "that game isn't better than that game" mentality. Not only have I assimilated a lot of these rankings and top 100s into my mind palace, I've also observed the reactions many people have to them. There's no way insert game here is better than insert game is perhaps the most common and insipid thing I see people say about these things. I feel that people almost always criticise lists like this based on the fact that they feel one game on the list would be more fun to play right now than one above it, but that is not the only metric a game's quality should be judged on. If that's your logic, 80% of the games on this list would be ones that released in the past 5 to 10 years because of the way game design is constantly evolving. I'm going to spoil a little something for you. There's a part pretty early on in this list where Red Dead Redemption is right next to Ms. Pac-Man, and if I didn't put this little diatribe in the intro before the list starts, there is no doubt in my mind that a not insignificant number of people would be in my comments section before long saying something to the effect of, "There's no way Ms. Pac-Man is better than Red Dead Redemption, lol." And if we're judging by the incredibly simple criteria of how fun they would be to play right now, maybe not, but that's not all there is to it. That's not all there should be to it. In my estimation, the most successful metric by which you can judge the quality of a video game is by assessing what its intention is and how successfully it achieves that intention. Interpreting said intention is a whole different matter in and of itself, but if you have superhuman empath powers like me, it's not hard to look at a game and just decide what a game is trying to be and just be right all of the time. And so with that in mind, games on this list are not here based solely on how fun they are to play now. They're here based on their success in achieving their goals, based on how good they were for the time, how well they've aged considering, how influential they are, how original they are, how impactful they are, and a myriad of other nuances that gamers often need explained to them like big babies. I also asked that before you make a big eye-popping red arrow YouTuber face at how many spots higher one game is than another game similar to it, consider that the margins on a video like this are razor thin. Every game on this list is a true GOAT contender, and the difference in quality between like 100 to 50 and 50 to 1 is, in my estimation, very small. I edited and changed this list up to the 11th hour, probably shuffled things around the day I'm recording this audio. That's how close, contested, and exclusive this shit is. Alright, before we finally end this intro, there are two important rules that need to be laid out. Number one, no collections. I just don't think they're fair or interesting. It's far more interesting to talk about single games. I mean, if I start putting collections on here, what am I going to say? I put Mass Effect Legendary Edition in here because it's 3 games in 1. I put the Crash and Sane Trilogy on here because it's 3 games in 1. No need to talk about any of the individual games and their merits, it's 3 good enough games in 1. I put the Orange Box on here because, I mean, look at it. Yeah, that's just no fun at all. 2. I am enforcing a 2 per franchise rule throughout this list. If we didn't limit per franchise, the list would just end up completely dominated by Mario, Zelda, Final Fantasy and Metal Gear. If you look at British GQ's list, you can see this issue in full swing, I think. That being said, I think the commonly used 1 per franchise rule is a bit too restrictive here. I am allowing a maximum of 2 entries per franchise here. However, when said franchise has spin-offs or other games in its series that veer into notably different genres or gameplay styles, I am allowing up to 2 of those as well. Case in point, 2 top-down Zeldas, 2 3D Zeldas, 2 2D Marios, 2 3D Marios, 2 of however many fucking spin-off series Mario has at this point as well, so on. They're not all going to come up. Obviously, what constitutes a different genre or gameplay style in some cases gets a bit murky, so I'm going to have to ask you to trust me on this one. There are no surefire rules or quantifiable ways of defining this, so it's up to my discretion, but I don't think I've made any particularly weird calls, and I hope you'll always be able to see where I'm coming from. The list is flawed and subjective, that's the fun of it, yada yada yada. My absolute final order of business before we begin this list proper is our 10 honourable mentions. There's a lot of amazing games that it broke my heart to leave off the list, but these are the 10 that came the most tantalisingly close. Consider these my official, unordered 110 through 101. Dead Space 2, Hitman 3, Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story, Tekken 7, StarCraft 2 Wings of Liberty, Burnout 3 Takedown, Borderlands 2, the original Crash Bandicoot, which we would talk about a lot differently if it came out 3 months before Super Mario 64 instead of 3 months after, Left 4 Dead 2, and Final Fantasy XIV Online, which I'm just waiting to see its legacy cemented before I feel like we can truly rate it. In somewhere from 18 months to 2 years from now, I think you'll probably be able to be like, yeah, it should just be on this list. Now, dear viewer, it's time for me to take the plunge. When it starts, I won't be myself anymore. I won't be able to hold myself back. Now we descend into true chaos. Fight it if you can, embrace it if you must. I have well and truly opened the lid of the idiot box. What will it make of my hubris? Will it destroy me thoroughly for attempting to touch God? Let's find out. This is the top 100 games of all time, arbitrarily ranked by someone who has not and could never have played them all. Of course, of all time is a bit of a non sequitur. I mean, of course it's not of all time, it's just up until now. I mean, there's absolutely going to be some games that come out after this video, maybe even quite shortly after this video, that would hypothetically belong on this list. You know, Valve will probably make a game again one day, but, you know, what I think are probably the top 100 games of all time up until this exact point, with a small dose of my own very subjective personal opinion, just didn't quite have the same ring to it. Let's begin with number 100. Super Monkey Ball 2. We start this list off with a sparkling example of the philosophy I want you to drill into your head for the rest of the duration of this video. Maybe it's already happened. You're sitting here, dropping your face into your hands, almost accidentally knocking over whatever beverage you have precariously placed near your PC that you use to take pills with, thinking you cannot seriously think that Super Monkey Ball 2 is better than Cyberpunk. Well, I'm going to blow your little gamer brain here and say yes. In accordance to approximately 75% critical reviews and 25% of my own actual personal opinion, I do think this is probably true. Allow me one last little diatribe about my process here so that I don't feel the need to explain myself for the rest of the video. Big AAA games like Cyberpunk are very impressive. They are also allowed dramatically more budget, manpower and time in development than a game like Super Monkey Ball 2 would ever have. They are also significantly more ambitious, trying to pull off more systems and achieve more things at the same time. It sometimes feels like games media exclusively rewards ambition, but is never willing to scrutinise ambitious projects in the same way. Okay, you have huge manpower behind you. We should hold you to a fittingly lofty standard. And perhaps more urgently, we aren't willing to reward less ambitious games that are smaller in scope but more effectively achieve their goals. We need to learn to start looking at games in context a bit more. If we use the metric I outlined earlier, i.e. judging the success of a game based primarily on how well it achieves its goals, yes, I think Super Monkey Ball 2 is probably better than Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk sets lofty goals that are much harder to achieve, but that's the risk you run with ambition. This, frankly, is the curse you should be ready to bear when you set your sights so high. You should be ready to be criticised when you don't achieve all those goals. I think Cyberpunk is clearly a good game. I think it's pretty good at doing what it sets out to do. I don't think it being a big budget photorealistic Western RPG with driving and guns and great visuals automatically makes it better than a game like Monkey Ball 2 by proxy. I want us to start appreciating shorter games with worse graphics made by people who are paid more to work less, and I'm not kidding. Monkey Ball 2 is much smaller in scope, but so what? That makes it more focused, more instantly kinetically fun. Why can't a game like Monkey Ball 2 be better than a game like Cyberpunk? Because one's bigger and more ambitious? If you can't get down with this logic, you are resigning yourself and perhaps the people and the wider industry around you by osmosis to a reality where the game of the year every year is the same thing for the rest of your life. Let's start appreciating smaller, more arcadey games and reveling in their greatness too. Let's put Super Monkey Ball 2 in our motherfucking top 100s. Discourse around Super Monkey Ball 2 is hard to come by nowadays. It doesn't appear to have had much longevity in the collective consciousness. Maybe that's down to its simplicity, maybe it's down to a litany of less impressive sequels and follow-ups, maybe it's down to a bizarre premise that depicts monkeys in situations so perilous that even Elon Musk would look at it and go, that's too far, before logging onto his stupid website and doing the internet equivalent of stepping on a rake in front of 100 million people. But the fact is, people who have played Super Monkey Ball 2 know what's up. It doesn't just have stunning visuals and music for the time, it's a genuinely novel concept that takes its simple premise incredibly far. One of the best illustrations you'll ever see of the brilliance of the GameCube controller with its 8-notched analog stick. Starting life as an arcade series, it's astonishing how much mileage Monkey Ball gets out of literally just moving with the directional stick, and even more surprising that practically no games seem to be willing to take this premise any further until 2017's What Remains of Edith Finch, which didn't quite make this list because you can't play as Gon Gon. Super Monkey Ball is fun, simple, precise, dice, and sometimes just launching your guy into the stratosphere and hoping to land in the goal is more fun and rewarding than any dialogue option. It also has low-key one of the best multiplayer modes ever in Monkey Target, which I lost hours to when I was but a young lad. Sega didn't know how to do a lot in the 2000s, but if Sonic, Yakuza and Monkey Ball are any indication, they did know how to do minigames. Let's put some fucking respect on Super Monkey Ball 2. Number 99. Prey 2017. Prey fell victim to what then Arcane Studios CEO and game director Rafael Colantonio called a non-negotiable compromise with parent company Bethesda. They demanded that the game be called Prey, despite having practically no similarities to the planned sequel of the 2006 shooter, Prey. As a result of a bunch of complicated legal stuff, Bethesda wound up owning the IP, trying to get said sequel made, having to reboot it and then pass it off to Arcane, but still insisting that it retain the name despite the fact that it now had basically nothing to do with this decade-old game that no one remembered. As a result of this 4IQ marketing, Prey remains one of the most underrated and overlooked games of all time. A classic Arcane-style immersive sim, Prey wears its inspirations on its sleeve. It's one of the closest things you'll get to a modern-day System Shock that isn't called BioShock or System Shock. It's a semi-open world shooter with the kind of non-linear questing and decision making you'd see in the likes of Deus Ex, yet the glue cannon, which allows you to build pathways of your own all around the world's geometry, is a decidedly Valvean design choice. Its most talked about enemies are also mimics who can take the shape of practically any in-game object in the game world before popping out of nowhere to ambush you, so I guess throw Prop Hunt in the pile as well. Prey as a package alone, with all its dark sci-fi themes and highly acclaimed world design, is probably Arcane's best game to date, which I don't say lightly. But then along came its DLC Moon Crash in 2018, which prompted more cult-like whispers of greatness from some of the most hipster-infested corners of the internet. I did not play Moon Crash, but if the 5 people who did play it are to be believed, it's basically better Deathloop from before Deathloop came out, and it didn't even need 47 trailers for that. Very impressive. Number 98, Far Cry 3. I almost hesitate to give Far Cry 3 credit because over 10 years later, Ubisoft is still jacking themselves off over this game. It's like they made this game in 2012 and they were just like, oh cool, we solved video games, and just kept making this shit over and over again. They made one great game a year later in 2013, which we'll get to, and otherwise it's just been less good Far Cry 3s and the occasional NFT or scandal for over a decade since. It's sad to think how far they've fallen because, yeah, if you ask me, this was possibly the best open world game out there for a while, I say through gritted teeth, desperately trying not to take a shot at Skyrim. The checklist nature of Ubisoft's open world design has drawn ridicule in the years since, but here in Far Cry 3, it was novel. Dare I say fun? Activating radio towers was satisfying, hunting was fun, taking out outposts was fun. Like, have you ever watched a Stealth Gamer BR video of him taking out a Far Cry 3 outpost like he's fucking John Wick? This game has some surprisingly sophisticated combat and AI that allows for some really expressive gameplay. It's dope, and with all the local hostile wildlife, you've got a good amount of enemy variety too. Bundle it all with a nifty level editor, an incredibly memorable villain who caused 15-year-olds to misunderstand and misquote the definition of insanity for years to come, and some genuinely really engaging story beats, and you have one of the last vestiges of Ubisoft's former greatness. 97. Red Dead Redemption. Are we allowed to say that the original Red Dead was our first look at prestige Rockstar? Like, obviously they had prestige from working on GTA for so long, and it's not like they hadn't been trying with the stories in the GTA games, far from it, but Red Dead was different. A truly immersive time and place was crafted here. We met a main character who we looked into so deeply you could have said what he had for breakfast. Red Dead was the first time a big AAA studio committed to the wild western setting, an aesthetic that I think was, and frankly still is, underused in modern video games, and they pulled off the most accurate and loving depiction of the American frontier the medium had yet seen. Every gun was inspired by the real-life firearms used at the time, all of the side activities mirroring real-life recreation of the time, from poker to blackjack to horseshoes. Red Dead had everything, minus the part where you die of dysentery, which, going by Rockstar's track record, we can expect to be a fully animated game feature in Red Dead 3, coming around the same time as the heat death of the universe. And then, as I alluded to, Red Dead's story captivated players. Whilst they would one-up it by quite a significant margin in the game's sequel, it was pretty impressive for 2010 standards. That's the year Fallout New Vegas and Mass Effect 2 came out. It's basically the year when big studios started letting people write video games like they weren't 12 years old anymore. So Red Dead swooped in right at the last minute with a simple story about a man seeking revenge on another man, but a well-executed one with an iconic ending that well and truly sticks the landing. So beautiful, so tragic, so fun to slow down time and shoot guys in slow motion. I know I should be sad in this moment, but I really like it when I can slow down time and shoot guys in slow motion. It's very fun. Like 5 other games on this list have that feature, so there's a hack for you. If you want to be one of the top 100 greatest games of all time, have a good story and let me slow down time and shoot guys in slow motion. 96. Ms. Pac-Man. For some of the more easily reddened of you out there who may insist that wokeness is a recent phenomenon, consider that in 1982 Midway published Ms. Pac-Man for arcades. This was a game in which, unbelievably, the radical feminist game developers of the 1980s made a game in which you play as Pac-Man's wife. And worse still, some people insisted that it was better than the original Pac-Man. Truly, political correctness is an evil that transcends time itself. What exactly made Ms. Pac-Man even better than such an iconic classic in the warped minds of these liberal snowflakes? Well, everything, actually. The game had more unique level layouts, new sound effects, upgraded visuals, more complex ghost AI, and new mechanics like the fruit that travelled throughout the maze. Outlets differed as to which arcade game sold more in 1982 between Ms. Pac-Man and Donkey Kong, but the fact that there was even debate speaks to the titanic impact of these two Goliaths. US magazine Next Generation in 1996 put Ms. Pac-Man on their top 100 games of all time list, which I think was an insane thing to make in 1996, not the least bit as I, the ultimate arbiter of game quality, had not even been born yet. And are quoted as saying that it had aged far better than the original Pac-Man, and that it had perhaps the broadest appeal of any game they had seen, aside from Tetris. Now, going back to Donkey Kong for a moment. Number 95. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. A game about monkeys reclaiming their homeland from an army of Viking penguins and walruses should not evoke the emotion from me it does. Yet, be it legendary video game composer David Wise's possible magnum opus soundtrack or the level Forest Folly making me want to put my head in a microwave, Tropical Freeze in 2018 had me feeling nostalgic for a game I played in 2018. There's an unbridled joy in Tropical Freeze you struggle to find in almost any other game. The game is just having fun. The developers are having fun. The composers are having fun. For the first time since the turn of the millennium, Dixie Kong fans are having fun because she's broken. Tropical Freeze never rests on its laurels. Its levels are all narrative arcs in and of themselves. They evolve, they change, they throw new things at you and put you through insane set pieces like Sawmill Thrill and the fucking cheese level constantly. I still think the video I did in Tropical Freeze some years back is one of my best, and it wasn't hard for that video to be so much fun when this is the source material I had to work with. Also, the credits theme in Tropical Freeze has a sax solo that makes me bark like a fucking dog. Number 94. Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic. Okay, I'm gonna level with you guys. I do not want to think about Star Wars again for as long as I live. Simply hearing the name Star Wars in the modern day causes every cell in my body to rebel against me. I get sick, I get deathly ill when I think about Star Wars. I'm recording this audio from a hospital bed at my local infirmary. The nurse only gave me the Blue Yeti microphone I needed to record this audio in exchange for the ultra-rare 2000 Neo Genesis First Edition Holo-Lugia Pokemon card I keep wedged between my arse cheeks at all times in case of emergencies like this. I recognise that Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic almost definitely belongs on this list, and an argument for its sequel, the similarly beloved Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic 2, could also be made. I have never played either of these games, because by the time I was around age 12 when I became aware of their existence, I was already quite sick of Star Wars. My dad was a huge fan of Star Wars, including the prequel trilogy, and he spent a lot of my youth trying to get me into it the same way he did football, which was by buying me a lot of stuff related to it instead of the stuff I actually wanted, like Pokemon TCG Neo Genesis booster packs, which contain the ultra-rare 2000 Neo Genesis First Edition Holo-Lugia card. I would find myself some years later on a corpse behind a Greg's in Doncaster. I cannot bring myself to care about Star Wars in any way, so for this entry, perhaps more nakedly than I will ever do so, I am simply going to recount a bunch of opinions people have about it online. People largely praise KOTOR for the impactful decisions you get to make throughout the main story, which would become a hallmark of developer BioWare's later works like Mass Effect and Dragon Age, games based on IP that don't make me feel compelled to commit arson. A lot is also made of its original story, one of the best Star Wars would get for years, replete with stunning plot twists, one of which around the identity of Darth Revan still has fans reeling today. Its brilliant character writing and voice acting prop up some combat that has aged really quite poorly, but even some archaic gameplay can't stop KOTOR from being a fond memory in the minds of Star Wars fans who apparently, quite literally, cannot get enough. Number 93. Crash Team Racing. I'm gonna spoil something for you guys. There is not a Mario Kart game on this list. I try not to be a hater, but British GQ's Top 100 list, which was a result of polling tons of journalists, streamers and industry figureheads, featured only one Mario Kart game, and it was Super Mario Kart. Quite literally the worst one. What this and the fact that critics talk so much less comparatively about Crash Team Racing tells me is that our brains turn to mush when we talk about games like this. The only Mario Kart game that came particularly close to this top 100 was Mario Kart DS, which is secretly the best one, as much as critics always want to maintain that the recent one is the best one. Mario Kart DS is great. It's a game that I have a lot of love for, and yet it does not even tickle the balls of Crash Team Racing. Crash Team Racing effortlessly discards Nintendo's notion that raising a game's skill ceiling alienates the casual player. Crash Team Racing has some very deep and intricate mechanics like power sliding and sacred fire. It's a speedrunner's dream, yet it is simply fun for everyone, owed in huge part to an ambitious single-player campaign, the scope of which Mario Kart has never even attempted, with boss races, challenge tracks and unlockables. Crash Team Racing is not just the best kart racer of its kind ever made. Weirdly, and I think most people who have played it would agree, it's kind of also the best Crash Bandicoot game ever made. It's just crazy good. At a casual level it's fun because of all the content it offers, but at a higher skill level, forget about it. The track design absolutely sings when you get good at this game. You realise how masterful it really is. When you learn how to go truly fast, CTR becomes more like a rhythm game than anything else. You achieve this euphoria where these intricately designed tracks that are supposed to last you 3 minutes just pass you by in a blur of 30 seconds. It's like you're the Flash minus all the crazy evil shit. There's nothing else like CTR that hits like CTR. Number 92. Diablo 2. There is a time, if you can remember it, when RPGs were more about talking, dialogue, character development, and all other kinds of liberal bullshit. So thank God Diablo came along in 1997 to shake things up. Perhaps it would be a stretch to say it created the action RPG, but it certainly moulded it, revolutionized it, put more of an emphasis on the moment-to-moment action and crunchy combat than any popular RPG prior. The original alone was a seminal moment in RPGs, but its sequel, Diablo 2, was a seminal moment in all of video games. Of course, it took the chaotic, clicking action of the original Diablo and ramped it up, but it was the way it ramped up literally everything else as well. Where its predecessor was relatively light on story, this one opened up with a 7-minute CGI cutscene that was actually pretty impressive for the time. And now there were incalculable levels of loot, legitimately endless options for character builds, dizzying amounts of tantalizing in-game choices to be made. There were new areas and locales, new classes like the Necromancer and the Amazon. You know, those liberals might be onto something after all. There was Hardcore mode, which implemented the permadeath that series creator David Brevik originally wanted to be the default setting for the first game. Whilst Diablo 2's atmosphere occasionally paled in comparison to the original as a result of the slightly more heroic tone and more colourful and varied environments, Hardcore mode brought the fear and panic Diablo 2 may have otherwise lacked back with a vengeance. Now, every run, and by extension, every enemy encounter, was a tense and terrifying affair where the smallest mistake or slightest instance of bad luck could have meant losing hours of your life. But the jewel in Diablo 2's infernal crown was online play. You may have found it strange that I called Diablo 2's opening cutscene pretty impressive for the time just a moment ago, considering that it's ugly as sin, but that's because this game came out in the year 2000. It came out in the year 2000, and it was one of the best online multiplayer experiences anyone has ever had in video games. Diablo 1 had online too, but it was a very primitive kind of online that was designed as an afterthought. Diablo 2 had online in mind from the start. It was baked in with servers and protections designed to prevent cheating and allow for the best online experience possible. As an online multiplayer game, this thing predates Halo. Hell, it predates RuneScape. Many people still consider it to be their most profound, formative experience with the internet during their adolescence. Considering that mine was getting jump scared by that fucking car driving down the hill on YouTube and learning the consequences of not deleting my browsing history, I am very jealous of them. Number 91. Mother 3. I myself have only played a few hours of Mother 3 before an incident with save states on my Game Boy Advance, with which I was running the English version, occurred, which I found too demotivating to come back from. Even in just these few hours, I was confronted with this quirky, off-kilter sense of humour that felt, in the best way, totally distant from the rest of Nintendo's library. It's an odd game. It relishes in that oddity. So odd is it that indie game developers, some of the oddest people on planet Earth, have spent the years since 2006 trying, to varying levels of success, to replicate that strange humour. Of course, I didn't get far enough to see the parts that would emotionally break me, but I've heard enough testimonials to know some of the places this game goes. Hell, it goes some very dark places in those first few hours alone. I'm not sure I can find the words for it, but media that can make me laugh into immediately delivering an emotional gut punch that makes me go, oh, are among my favourite works of art. Mother 3's sprightly pixel art and charming veneer are surely enough to make most people drop their guards, and when it takes advantage of that and so effectively delivers the sentimental equivalent of a really sad pie to the face, it's no surprise Reggie's still having a laser down people asking for a localization to this day. If enough people sign up to the Palette Swap Patreon, we'll do a giveaway of our localized copy, by the way. That's patreon.com/PaletteSwapMag. Number 90. Cuphead. Speaking of indie game developers being some of the oddest people in the world, the animators on Cuphead by Studio MDHR decided to animate on ones. The standard for animation like this, to my limited understanding, is to animate on every 2 frames, but no! Studio MDHR animated every single individual frame. There are supposedly around 50,000 individually animated hand-drawn frames in Cuphead, a feat for which it holds the Guinness World Record for most hand-drawn frames of animation in a video game production, and for most insane dev team in human history. Then, only a few weeks after release, when players had to contend with the grim matchstick, they were also awarded most pissed off fanbase in history. Artfulness in games like this is a rare sight nowadays, not just in Cuphead's genuinely one-of-a-kind 1930s inspired animation style, but in its throwback design as well. Run-and-gun shooters had famously not been seen since the 1930s, when Franklin D. Roosevelt banned them to prevent giving Al Capone any more ideas and to further oppress gamers. Now that we live in a much safer and more sane society, however, Studio MDHR used their divine wisdom to bestow this devilish indie gem upon us and see how we cope with it. It's truly one of the most unique, most novel games to have released in the 2010s, when artistic originality often felt at an all-time low, and I thank them for that. And I also want to squeeze their heads so hard that they look like raisins from 2000 BC. Number 89. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. As of the making of this video, Castlevania Symphony of the Night is one of the games on this list that is freshest on my mind. I only played it for the first time in October of 2023, and I did so because whilst I do fundamentally have some problems with the Metroidvania genre, I was very curious about playing a game that is not only often held up as one of the best ones, but also a game that came out the year I was born. I don't know, I just think that's something interesting to think about. Where were games when you were born? What I found was a game that's aged remarkably well since 1997 in all regards, except for voice acting, some UI elements, and the fact that hearts represent your magic meter, which is an absolutely asinine design decision, even for 1997. Congratulations, Toru Hagihara in 1997, you're very special and different. For its time, Symphony of the Night looks and sounds simply divine. It has maybe some of my favourite sound design in any video game ever. I love the loud yells that the Green Knights make when they die. I love the fucking cacophony that comes out of a blood zombie. I love that Alucard spends this whole game fighting off some of the most disturbing, incomprehensible horrors imaginable, and the one time he screams is when he goes down on an elevator. It does, sadly, fall off pretty hard once you get to the reverse castle. It's a neat twist and a cool idea and concept, but notably less fun than the first 2/3 of the game. Story events just kind of stop happening as you barrel your way through to the end of the game, and those 10-second loops of quote-unquote music that play in the reverse Colosseum and catacombs are enough to drive any man insane, especially one already very much inclined towards madness, such as myself. It's not enough to stop Symphony of the Night taking its rightful place amongst the greatest of all time though, as those first 6 or so hours are the video game equivalent of lightning in a bottle. Number 88. Fire Emblem Awakening. It hurts me a lot to not be able to put Fire Emblem Three Houses on here as well, a game that I think is in competition in my mind and most people's for being the best alongside Awakening, but I think Awakening just cinches it. Three Houses wasn't far off being an honourable mention, but Awakening's a bit too lean, a bit too polished, and a bit too not ridden with side characters who fucking suck to be denied, I think. It also doesn't want you to replay the same opening 10 hours or so to get the full picture of the story, which is another bonus. It also has Owain, which is another bonus. It's a well-told story by now that Fire Emblem Awakening was looking likely to be the last game in the series because Fire Emblem hadn't gained the foothold the developers were hoping for. So they put everything they had into Awakening and churned out the best one. There's so much to praise about Awakening, but I want to hone in on its presentation. It was and is stunningly gorgeous. Its UI elements evoke this pristine European tapestry, its music ranging from sweeping battle anthems to breezy, elegant lo-fi beats to fuck a twink to. It's such a competent and compact game, so packed with content without ever losing focus of what makes it fun, and whilst it may be mildly broken in half by Gale Force, that only makes it maybe one of the top 5 most broken Fire Emblem games of all time. Fire Emblem Awakening is filled with personality, memorable characters, and even memorable maps like Chapter 10 when even the boss doesn't want to fight you, or Chapter 16 with that gorgeous Mila tree and that hideous man who does want to fight you. It's a game that I can't believe I don't still hear more about, and one of the most eye-watering works of art released on the 3DS. Number 87. The Elder Scrolls III: Morrowind. Having released in 2002, the now old-age pensioners who grew up with Morrowind likely have a lot in common with it. It has painfully slow movement speed, it's not exactly a sight for sore eyes, and you need serious assistance to get it up. But hey, it has some great stories. And no swath of shades of brown, no, as I'm coining it, coffee-stained core aesthetic can nullify the specialness of Morrowind, by far the most unique, most alien, most inspired setting Bethesda ever have and likely ever will pull off, an especially impressive feat given the time. With its vast swamps, towering vegetation and giant flea taxis, Vardenfell is a location quite unlike anything any other major RPG has ever committed to, and Morrowind is all the better for it. This is a game where the world comes first. There is no compass, no quest markers telling you exactly how to get to the focal points of every quest. You have to learn the layout, traverse the world on your own. And yes, you may require therapy to process being set upon by cliff racers or missing your 47th consecutive melee attack at point blank range, but that's all part of the experience. That's immersion, baby. Commitment to a fleshed out open world is only one tool in the immersion arsenal, however. For a player to really feel a part of the world, they need to be invested in the story, and shockingly, that's what Morrowind does best. It has by far the most interesting, most nuanced main quest of any Bethesda game. Its story of demigods and politics and manipulation presents you with characters far more black and white, concepts more fantastical and original than any of its successors. Todd Howard, in the years since, told us that Fallout 3 had over 200 endings and that everything in Fallout 4 just works. And yet, somehow, Morrowind still remains Bethesda's most impressive work of fiction yet. Number 86. Titanfall 2. Finding out that the team behind Titanfall 2 was comprised of some of the key minds behind the rise of Call of Duty is a bit like finding out that Macklemore ghostwrote a Kendrick Lamar album. To think that such talent and creativity had been wasted for so long on such a creatively bankrupt series borders on disturbing. I say all of this based entirely on its incredibly brief 5 or so hour single player campaign, as I never even touched the multiplayer. Titanfall 2 is a fucking marvel. Widely considered one of the most underrated games of the modern era, Titanfall 2's level design is perhaps its greatest strength. It is unbelievable the places this game takes you to in such a short time. There's a level where you parkour through prefab houses on a giant assembly line. There's a level where you travel back and forth through time in the ruins of a research facility. There's a level where you wall jump between ships and hop across spacecraft in the midst of a high-speed chase, hundreds of feet above the ground, which ends with one of the most badass boss fights I can remember in a long time. I hate American military types barking army lingo at each other in video games more than almost anything else, so it should tell you everything that Titanfall 2 is littered with this, and yet I still consider it one of the finest first-person shooters ever made. It's not just that it has bonkers level design and an extremely fun and intuitive playable character, it's that the Titan, which gets its own sections, also feels so well executed. Perfectly clunky, stiff in movement, unable to jump, but still totally overwhelming in firepower. They truly commit to letting you feel like you're piloting a giant, hulking mech. It'd be so easy to come up with some plot convenient reason to give you a hover of some kind or some kind of extra mobility, but they don't, because of their commitment to the sanctity of the game feel. And in yet another shocking plot twist, I'm going to tell you that this game, helmed by influential COD heads, is also very artistically inspired as well. So frequently its many hangars and skylines are bathed in these neon blues and reds. It takes you to so many lush, visually interesting environments. It's got a bit of Far Cry 3 DNA in it, it's got some Crysis, it's got some Transformers. This is the rare military-inspired FPS you could show to a Japanese video game enjoyer and not feel embarrassed about. You could say, this is Western engineering, bitch, and then you find his nearest Gundam, knock it over, take a piss on it, and watch his fucking head explode. What the fuck even is Dragon Quest? We don't need it over here, baby. Big robot wall running game. Number 85. Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium has not turned out to be the revolution in game design I think a lot of people hailed it as. Its dialogue system, with different parts of your brain functioning as separate characters that talk to you and offer up suggestions or insight based on what stats you've invested in, is novel and ingenious, but I don't think it's been influencing game design for years to come. At most, it's inspired some imitators. What Disco Elysium is a new post-2019 benchmark for the maturity with which video games can discuss society and politics. Fun fact, back around 2020 I streamed this game. This is before the Final Cut came out and brought voice acting with it as well. I truly have no idea what the fuck I was thinking. You would not believe the amount of reading I was having to do to my chat. My throat was hurting by like 2 hours in, nobody was really getting it, I wasn't really retaining any information. Yeah, I don't know, twitch.tv/Nocturnal Fudge for more epic content like that. I have some criticism for Disco Elysium's percent-based skill checks, which I think largely need to be put out back like Old Yeller, and its somewhat clunky clothes system that sees you change up your entire outfit via a menu in front of someone to influence your stats so that you might see more success in said percent-based skill checks. But I am frequently in awe of its writing. It presents scenarios, it taps into emotions, the likes of which I've never seen in games before. The concept of the pale alone is something I still think about. I still find myself pondering the game's ending and final few conversations quite often. I often reminisce on the time my character was told that he had, in a fit of drunken rage the previous night, swung a live bird into the wall at a bar in front of a bunch of horrified patrons yelling, "Fuck this bird!" at the top of my lungs. I think about Kim dancing. This game has given me a lot to think about, and thankfully those things mostly overpower tales of corporate subterfuge, IP theft, and the lead writer supposedly being a total nightmare to work with. Check out the People Make Games video on the subject if you're interested, it's quite depressing. Back to Kim dancing. Number 84. Rayman Legends. Never will you see a more amorphous blob of colours and ideas than Rayman Legends. In the hands of less competent devs, this blob would be unsightly, sickly, and co-signed to the shed, never to have the wacky adventures as the companion of a bright-eyed teen boy in a coming-of-age story that it likely dreamed of. In the hands of a dev team at Ubisoft who were actually trying, and it seems actually afforded creative freedom, it has instead taken a perfectly rounded shape. It's beaming, glowing, smiling, dare I say kissable? Rayman Legends is one of the most creative games I've ever seen. There's almost nothing else like it. The music levels in Rayman Legends, levels in which various stylized covers of famous songs play and you traverse the level and pick up collectibles to the beat, felt a good 10 years ahead of their time. Looking at 2023's Super Mario Bros. Wonder, I think you could say that about a lot of Rayman Legends ideas. There's a level in Rayman Legends where you're chased through mazes of cake icing by a giant Mexican wrestler, and that's probably not even the craziest level you've played in the last 20 minutes, because you've probably just done the level where a wizard turns Rayman into a duck, and you have to play as a fairy frogman from off-screen, who frequently intervenes in the level to prevent him from being massacred by various on-screen death traps. There are many games whose footage I may or may not be showing on screen right now whose ideas are clearly too much for them, who get lost in their ideas, which then ends up actively taking away from their core gameplay. Rayman Legends is not one of those games. Every idea it has, no matter how sicko-coded or freak-pilled, serves its tight and deliciously slippery 2D platforming, and this is all without mentioning its head-exploding visuals. Rayman Legends' pop-up book style has aged like the finest wine in a cellar made of lobster skin. If anything, it looks better over time, as I become increasingly tired of photorealistic games about people with emotions. If Ubisoft released a game with even half as much creative quality and personality as Rayman Legends in the next 5 years after the release of this video, I will do a triple backflip in my room. I won't record it, so there will be no evidence, but take my word for it, I will do a triple backflip. Number 83. Jet Set Radio. Rarely does a game capture the zeitgeist quite like Jet Set Radio. In the early 2000s, around the peak of skateboarding's popularity and at the turn of a millennium that'd see people question authority more than ever, Sega showed themselves to be surprisingly ahead of the curve with maybe their best Dreamcast exclusive. This kind of style, this kind of art, this kind of message and music and aesthetic was so ahead of its time that I think it even kinda alienated some people. I'll admit, first time I ever saw anything from Jet Set Radio, which was in 2008's Sega Superstars Tennis, I thought it looked weird and dumb. This is because I was a child who only wanted to play as Amigo because he thought he looked funny and used to spam my special moves against my uncle, even though he begged me not to because he was enjoying our serious games, which then resulted in some strangely awkward dinners where he seemed genuinely quite pissed off at me. Having matured since, and having also seen wherever the fuck Alex Kidd is in Sega Superstars Tennis and feeling the need to apologise to Jet Set Radio, I now see the game for what it is. A daring artistic endeavour from a time when Sega made games for more than just the same 3 series over again. Parkour, rollerblading, graffiti, all the iconography of the counterculture is rolled up into a bunch of gameplay systems that coalesce into a satisfying and free-flowing whole. Jet Set Radio is constantly throwing new venues and challenges at you to keep things interesting. It's changing up the time of day, the characters you can play as, and all the while it's blasting you with some of the funkiest beats that weird horny guy from Twitter would pump out for some 20 years. Number 82. Batman Arkham City. This may come as a nasty surprise to you, but I do not care for superheroes. I have not cared for superheroes for longer than most. I'd estimate that I've been over superheroes since around 2010, when my brother and my dad dragged me along to see Iron Man 2. Yet, I must confess, I kinda like Batman. I think the character himself is whatever, I think his backstory is cliche, his personality a bit bland and his costume pretty lame, but I like the world of Gotham and what it goes for. Perhaps my perception of this world has been helped by the movies, but I think mostly it's been helped by the Batman Arkham games. In 2009, shortly before Iron Man 2 would hand me my superhero hater certificate from Based University, I bought Batman Arkham Asylum on a whim because I'd heard it was good. It was good. And yet, it was just the warm-up for 2011's Batman Arkham City. So many of the things gamers pine for today, Batman Arkham City was already doing back in 2011. It's an open world game, but rather than be face-scrunchingly wide and empty, it's small and dense. When you glide over Arkham City, you do so confident in the knowledge that every alleyway you pass over, every rooftop you squat on for some white guy thinking time will have something worth seeing in its vicinity. Gamers pine for better combat out of most open world games, which usually drop the ball with these kind of things. Not so for the Batman Arkham games. Almost every superhero or third-person action game since in some way owes their combat to Batman's target switching, counter-based beat-em-up style, which is made all the more satisfying by some crunchier than Naughty Dog crunching on leaves sound effects and the ever-cathartic slow-mo effect on the last hit you hit on every baddie in a combat encounter. A cavalcade of characters from Caped Crusader canon collude to cause chaos with depictions so crystal clear that Bat fans have been crying out for this rogues gallery to be portrayed this well again. Ever. Mr. Freeze is cooler here than he's ever been. The intentionality of this pun I leave up to your reading of me as a person. His boss fight is one of the most unique and special I can recall seeing in a game. Victor Zaz's phone calls are chilling and menacing, the mere act of hearing the phone ring in the distance bringing about this heavy dread. Harley Quinn, I make an effort not to comment on the appearance of female characters in video games for the sake of not alienating female viewers or coming across like the most stereotypical YouTube gamer alive, so I'll just say that this version of Harley Quinn makes me feel the need to bite into a block of wood like a fucking wild beaver. Batman Arkham City is truly firing on all cylinders in regards to being a game where you play as Batman. It high-key has better detective gameplay systems than The Witcher 3, which has even more critical acclaim and an extra 4 years of game design evolution to its name. Even Batman's running animation looks ripped straight out of the cartoon from the 70s. The attention to detail is immaculate. The only thing that has come close to evoking the same feeling of being an emotionally enervated white boy determined to do good but feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the cyclical evil of the world around him is turning the game off. Number 81. Fortnite. If I wanted to explain the concept of capitalism to someone unfamiliar, I would tell them that there is a game where you, as Darth Vader, can team up with Peter Griffin and Mr. Beast to shoot Goku to death and then go and watch a Travis Scott concert. Any discerning gamer wary of the increasingly commercialised, risk-averse state of modern media will likely have a complicated relationship with Fortnite. I do not like what Fortnite represents. I hate what Fortnite represents, in fact. But that's not what this video is about. It's about quality and critical acclaim and a bit of personal opinion, and I have to admit that having only played a small bit of Fortnite, I get it. It's fun. It's good. It's really quite novel. Lots of games do what Fortnite does. They take a recently proven model, like for example the Battle Royale genre, and try and put a silly little twist on it in the hopes that 10% of an original idea will get them over the line. Fortnite's building mechanic was one of the best and most successful examples of a unique selling point I can think of in recent times. It added a whole bunch of depth, player expression, and frankly meme potential to the whole thing, but it then also allowed them to take it away to offer a whole new experience for sweaty racists on Rumble to enjoy. This dash of originality paired with a more colourful, kid-friendly style, which is only slightly at odds with being a giant blood massacre in which players seek to literally be the last one not riddled with bullets, is no doubt why the game has caught on so much and become a phenomenon. There's not really a lot I want to say about Fortnite, because as a creative it gives me such existential dread, but I must confess that I think there's something respectable buried deep down in there, and that being able to do orange justice as Thanos is quite funny. If, however, any game or property ever tries to do this again, and they almost certainly will, I will instantly awaken with the speed and efficiency of a Russian sleeper agent to become its #1 hater. Number 80. Team Fortress 2. The Icarus to Fortnite's slowly exploding sun. When little Team Fortress 2 came out in 2007 and introduced the world to incredibly benign loot boxes and actually funny humour, it had no idea the consequences that would be wrought upon the world. It had no notion of the havoc its influence would one day wreak. Question, does anything ever wreak anything other than havoc? Think about it. Team Fortress 2 is everything modern live service shooters should be, but refuse to be in the name of endless growth and profits. Hideous, bulbous-nosed, comedy glasses and moustache-wearing imposter Overwatch has over 30 characters. It's no wonder it ended with all the balance of a fucking Jenga tower in an earthquake. Throughout its entire lifespan, Team Fortress 2 has had the same 9 charming, hilarious, almost perfectly balanced characters. It's not about adding more shit and making infinite money, it's about preserving the perfection of its gameplay. Team Fortress 2's 9 classes are all so distinct, so fun to play, so easy to pick up, but nuanced as you get better and learn about things like Soldier's rocket jump, or self-damaging in the spawn room to help the medic gain uber charge. Team Fortress 2's only problems, in my estimation, are that it fails to onboard new players particularly well, and that Valve have practically left it in the dust for the past 10 years, allowing it to be overrun by cheating bots and get all the fun sucked out of it. I'll say it, They've bungled it, but there's a reason we still talk about this game today despite that neglect, because there's a kind of fun, a kind of charm in there that we haven't seen since. When you're in a tight game on one of TF2's classic maps like Dust Bowl or Granary or Egypt, oh god, Egypt, it's like everything else ceases to matter. Constant, non-stop fun. God, I miss TF2. Number 79. Uncharted 2 Among Thieves. Some of us play video games to fulfill a sense of wanderlust, to explore vast worlds and discover mesmerizing secrets. But sometimes that's just too much work for the old brain box. Sometimes, instead, you kinda wanna just let the game do that for you. You just wanna be taken for a ride. And this is where games like Uncharted have their place. I have some reservations about cinematic games which kind of chase movies rather than take advantage of the unique attributes of video games, but when they're as good and as frequently thrilling as Uncharted 2 Among Thieves, it's hard not to see the appeal. In Uncharted 2 Among Thieves, Nathan Drake, a man with the adventurous instincts of Indiana Jones and the body count of Pol Pot, will take you for a ride, whether you like it or not. Set to an unbelievable orchestral score by Greg Edmondson are many of the single most unforgettable moments and set pieces in video games. Being chased through collapsing buildings by an attack helicopter in Nepal, fighting your way through a moving train, barreling past an environment that somehow, even in 2009, looks genuinely seamless. Being stalked by Reddit mods in the Himalayas. The craftsmanship on display in Uncharted 2 is incredible. The train chapter I just talked about is often lauded as one of the most mystifying moments, because again, I have to ask, as many often do, how did they make this work in 2009? What a moment in video games, to start here and end up here. It's just so cool, as is almost everything Uncharted 2 goes for. Video games can be a lot of things, but sometimes all they need to be is an uncomplicated good time. And there are few gooder times than Uncharted 2. Number 78. Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. So, before we begin this entry, I now have to explain a bit of my verbiage from back in the intro. Multiple times I said that I had written this list largely by myself, or something to that effect. That's because this video was being written and in production in some form before Palette Swap even began. Yes, seriously. But being as huge and monolithic as it is, I always figured I would need, even want, some help. And now that Palette Swap has been established, that help is right at my fingertips in the form of an elite team of quirky up white boys, who, as I came up with this list before Palette Swap officially started, did not have any say on the list. The list is still mine / the rest of the world's and the internet's, but if you're mad about a placement, then I guess the person to get mad at is me. They just kind of picked ones to do write-ups for, but even then, I didn't really pick the list. You picked the list. Palette Swap editor Kevin Podas, Palette Swap editor Joe Delelli, and Palette Swap editor Parker Johnson. These guys came in to help lighten the load by writing some of the entries on this list, so I wasn't actually having to write literally 100 of them. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Palette Swap. You're going to be hearing from them a few times throughout this video to save my fingers and vocal cords, which are often also needed for other things that I won't be elaborating on. So, for 78, Castlevania Aria of Sorrow, I say, Kevin, how's it going? He didn't know I was going to say that. He hasn't got a response recorded. Just a funny little editing trick we video people like to do. Take it away, Kevin.
Ironically enough, like Fudge had said about Symphony of the Night, I too have the benefit of recency bias on my side when talking about Aria of Sorrow, as it is a game I played through just very recently on the Castlevania Advanced Collection. When it comes to the two flavors of Castlevania, I like both the traditional linear platforming of your classic Vanias like Super Castlevania 4 and Rondo of Blood, but I do tend to prefer the more explorative search-action gameplay of Igavanias, a term coined to refer to the shift in game design when Koji Igarashi took the series helm, putting the Vania in Metroidvania. God, that's a lot of annoying buzzwords. The lore and world building of the Castlevania franchise is endlessly fascinating to me. You have this story about a legendary vampire hunting family, the Belmonts, which spans for generations, not unlike JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Except these guys are destined to fight off Universal movie monsters like Dracula and Frankenstein every time this big-ass castle appears out of nowhere. Man, I hate when that happens. What makes Aria of Sorrow stand out story-wise is that, unlike previous entries in the series, this game takes place in the far-off future of 2035, which felt a little too close to home playing it in 2024. The cool thing about it, though, is that it isn't futuristic at all, aside from the main character Soma Cruz's immaculate drip. Speaking of, Soma is incredibly fun to control, and the sense of progression you get in this game as you level up and upgrade his weapons and abilities is nearly unbeatable. There's no pesky reverse castle this time around either, so you don't have to worry about exploring the same map all over again with slight tweaks and variations. If you Google best Castlevania games, you'll see Aria of Sorrow fight for the top spot of many lists right alongside Symphony of the Night. It may not be quite as visually polished as the PS1 classic, but what they packed onto a tiny GBA cartridge is extremely impressive here, making it easily one of the best games to be released on one of the greatest console libraries out there.
Number 77. Shadow of the Colossus. Fumito Ueda's 2005 masterpiece Shadow of the Colossus is a fable about what a man will do to get some goddamn action around here. Tasked with killing 16 colossi to revive a maiden, protagonist Wanda gallops his way across a forsaken land through the kinds of long, melancholy silences that only a dinner with your most transphobic relatives could possibly emulate. Having worked in retail before, I struggle to imagine a boss whom I would feel bad about killing, but that's what Shadow of the Colossus does. Typical of its tragically inclined inspirations, this story that started out seemingly black and white, a simple tale of good guy saves the girl, slowly twists and contorts into something more ominous. You begin to wonder, why are you killing these creatures who aren't even fighting back, who don't even seem to be violent in nature? Can we really trust the mysterious black shadowy creature with glowing eyes and demon horns? Why does this dude literally have human-sized platforms growing out of his back? Was that a feat of biology? Half of these questions and more will be answered in the twisted tale of Shadow of the Colossus, a game with vision and intention so pure you can see its inspiration in so many of the games that followed in the next 2 decades, from Dark Souls to Monster Hunter to God of War. It's been 20 years, and anyone who's finished Shadow of the Colossus is still thinking about it. That's art, baby. Number 76. Perfect Dark. When I made the video version of Hard Drive's ranking of every N64 game, I learned 2 important things. One, that it doesn't matter if you clarify that you didn't make the list in literally the first 5 minutes, the YouTube comments will call you a fucking idiot over it anyway. And 2, that people seem to have come around to the thinking that Perfect Dark is actually better than GoldenEye 007. GoldenEye is one of those games that came within a hair's breadth of being on this list, but just barely got bumped towards the end, and then barely bumped from the honourable mentions as well. GoldenEye has the advantage of being attached to an existing IP, being one of the few truly great video game movie adaptations, and the meme value of its multiplayer, complete with slappers and odd job. But Perfect Dark has the advantage of being, when it really comes down to it, by all accounts, the better game. Rare, who also made GoldenEye, applied every lesson they learned on that game to make Perfect Dark a bigger, bolder version of that game. Approximately 70% of GoldenEye's codebase was said to have been upgraded, overhauled for Perfect Dark to allow for bigger environments, more detailed textures, and what surely has to be the best lighting on all of the N64. Utilising the console's chunky expansion pack, the name of the game with Perfect Dark is Stuff. It has so much stuff junked into its trunk. Its single-player campaign is longer than its contemporaries, it has more fun, more expansive multiplayer modes than anything not named GoldenEye, it even has enemy AI way ahead of its time, with enemies who will clutch at the part of their bodies you shoot and attempt melee attacks when you're up close. This stuff sounds primitive now, but it was revolutionary at the time, as was the act of having a female protagonist who didn't have boobs that looked like they were about to gain sentience. It's just a cool, low-key and forward-thinking piece of video game history that we should talk about more. It didn't have slappers, but it did have everything else. Number 75. Forza Horizon 5. Forza Horizon 5 is a technical monster so mammoth in scope and yet so beautiful to behold that it even tempted me, a self-described car agnostic, into sinking some hours in. I like the idea of cars, I just don't know if I believe in them. There are people whose entire personality is cars. If horse girls are a genre of girl, and they are, then car guys are a genre of guy. You do not have to be a car guy to get a game like Forza Horizon. Just look at it. You get it already. It's an open world driving game, and this one specifically so rich in content and so open in design that it is what you make of it. Maybe you want to engage with and contribute to the game's endless user-created content, support for which has been baked in since the start. Maybe you're looking for a more chill, meditative experience, which just driving along at your own pace through the many sprawling Mexican plains and rainforests will surely provide. Maybe you're a regular race warrior. Well, don't you worry, this isn't Xbox exclusive, baby. We've got you covered. You can race practically any person or any bot or any amount of persons or any amount of boxes anywhere you want, whenever. So desperate to let you have it your way is Forza Horizon 5 that even the most submissive Burger King employee would throw down their complimentary Whopper in disgust at the amount of choices you are being offered here. In 2021, the year in which Deathloop, Metroid Dread, and Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart released, IGN crowned Forza Horizon 5 their Game of the Year. I thought that was cool. Forza Horizon 5 is nowhere near as arcadey as some of its contemporary car games, like the Burnout 3s of the world that I am personally more inclined to, but I thought it was cool to see a big publication acknowledge that the Game of the Year could be a game from a relatively niche genre that had no dialogue trees and no first-people shooting. Perhaps, in retrospect, I shouldn't have been surprised. Forza Horizon 5 is the Sistine Chapel of games where you drive cars in places. It is Breath of the Wild if you replaced Link with a car and put him in Mexico. It's still open world. It's still massive and sprawling and desperate to reward the player for literally scratching their ass, but I thought it was cool. And if those are the compromises that these more inherently simple games need to make to garner recognition in a world of AAA games that seem intent on just chasing cinema, so be it. Just watch the footage. It's mesmerizing, isn't it? Lots of video games are good at offering you an escape into a fictional world. It takes some real crazy motherfuckers to make you want to escape into the real world. Yes, I looked it up. Mexico is a real place. It really has volcanoes like that, and you can just drive down them knowing they'll erupt at any moment. I know what I'm doing after this video. It'll be a lot less stressful, I'll tell you that. Number 74. Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2. What can you even say at this point about Kingdom Hearts 2? Well, it's dumb. Oh my god, is it dumb. There's a part where you are genuinely led to believe that Goofy is dead, and Mickey Mouse, one of the most canonically powerful entities in the Kingdom Hearts universe, fueled by rage, says this.
They'll pay for this.
Then tears off his hoodie, because he was wearing a hoodie, and jumps into a battlefield to fight literally 1,000 dudes alone. When I say that Kingdom Hearts 2 is dumb, what I mean is that it rules. Yes, Sora is perhaps my most hated video game protagonist and overall video game character in general ever. Yes, the plot is conveyed through a bunch of abstract nouns and exposition dumps, the nonsensicalness of which only Square Enix still thinks constitute a narrative. And yeah, Winnie the Pooh develops amnesia and astrally projects in this game. You can literally summon Zach Braff's Chicken Little to aid you in your fight against the incomprehensible creatures of darkness. It doesn't matter. It took me a long time to realise that, but it just doesn't matter. Tetsuya Nomura directed this game. Just let it go. Perhaps I'm more charitable to the alien language Morse code style of writing in this game than I otherwise would be, because crucially it never gets in the way of some of the most satisfying and I think seldom talked about hack and slash gameplay in the industry. Maybe all the absurdity drowns it out a bit, but I feel like I don't hear people talk enough about just how good Kingdom Hearts feels to play. It has some of the most fluid, nuanced and gratifying combat of any action RPG, and frequently drip feeds you cool new abilities and forms to keep things fresh. And then, as ever, there's Yoko Shimomura's otherworldly soundtrack, putting the game's emotional beats on her back. One of the greatest to ever do it at the peak of her game. Kingdom Hearts 2's OST is an undeniable all-timer. From Rowdy Rumble to Dance to the Death to my personal favourite, Encounter. This woman creates nostalgia. I don't know how she does it, but she makes music that you hear for the first time and instantly feel like you've had a connection to for 10 years. If the dialogue and story ain't got me, I know Yoko Shimomura's got me. Can I get an amen? Number 73. Half-Life. Undoubtedly one of the most important games ever made, it is quite mind-boggling to think that Half-Life happened in 1998. And for 1998, what a revolution. It completely changed the nature of first-person shooters and is pretty much the genesis of Valve. With Half-Life, Valve set out to make games where narrative and story mattered more, and was expressed through means more elegant than plain old text boxes. With its iconic opening tram scene and all the scientists and soldiers you could interact with shortly after in gameplay and not cutscenes, they achieved that. It has to be said that Half-Life holds up well, but not amazingly. And while I said earlier that how fun a game is to play right now is not the only metric for placement on this list, it is a metric. It does factor in at least a little bit. There are first-person shooters older than Half-Life, and I would argue even more important, that are still more fun to play today, and we'll get to them, but I will say that none of them, not even the very best, have Half-Life's very specific innovations. With Half-Life, the floodgates were opened on how to present stories to players, specifically in a first-person perspective. The fact that its gunplay and other systems are even remotely fun still today at the same time is something of a minor miracle. In my opinion, it's okay for a game to not be super fun to play today if it's the reason that so many more fun games even exist in the first place. Almost every FPS after, and hell, I'd say any game that opens with a cool, slow-paced, dramatic opening sequence where you're allowed to look around and talk to people, and that's a lot more of them than you may realise, owe their existence to Half-Life. As, frankly, do Valve and Steam. That is hard to even grasp. Number 72. Hades.
For a long time, I didn't get roguelikes. Playing the same thing over and over again reminded me of playing Pokemon games, and the horror of having to replay a big section after turning off the game before I could save. Still, I gave it a try with Rogue Legacy, and it didn't quite click with me. Then I played Hades, and it all made sense. Supergiant's decade of prior experience making some of the best action games out there, like Bastion, came together to make Hades just feel so damn good to play. You can use 6 different weapons, and all of them feel so good, and moving and dashing around the distinct regions of the underworld feels so smooth. While going back and using the game's systems in the hub world made me feel like I was getting stronger, I was also just getting better at the game and recognizing boss patterns. It's probably the closest I, a generally incompetent gamer, will come to the high of beating Souls-like bosses. The greatest triumph of Hades, though, is the narrative. No game in the genre before, and perhaps since, told a story as well as Hades did. Not only is the main mystery behind escaping the underworld compelling enough to keep you going, but every character is just so much fun to interact with. I love meeting Sisyphus, complete with his own Wilson from Castaway like pal Voldy. I love getting to see Zagreus teach Tisiphone how to speak, and I love the dynamic between Theseus and Asterius, the Guardians of Elysium. Hades is still one of the only games I've well and truly 100%ed, going back to max out my relationship with all the citizens of the Underworld and the Olympians. Every character has something that makes them compelling, and the 100 hours I spent in the game just flew by. There's just no game in the genre that does storytelling quite like Hades. Plus, all the gods are really hot. That helps too.
Number 71. Return of the Obra Dinn.
Developed by Lucas Pope, Return of the Obra Dinn is a one-bit adventure puzzle game inspired by the old Mac point-and-click adventure games of yesteryear. Set in 1807, a ship by the name of the Obra Dinn has mysteriously arrived back on shore after having been missing for 5 years. You take on the role of an insurance inspector, hired by the East India Trading Company to investigate what exactly happened here. A premise that feels almost specifically crafted to undersell how awesome this game is. As the inspector, you're tasked with uncovering the fates of the 60-member crew. Luckily, you're equipped with both a magic pocket watch and a fancy book. Let's start with the watch. Clicking it near a corpse will transport you through time to see how that crew member died. You're then presented with a vignette of the exact moment of their death, and using context clues within the scene, you can piece together who they are and what happened to them. What happened is usually easier. It can be as clear as some guy shooting them in the chest. But wait, what's this poor sap's name? Who's the angry son of a gun who just shot him with said gun? It's the identities that will have you poring over these memories again and again. Learning someone's identity can be as simple as hearing a nearby character yelling, "Martin!" Other times, you'll have to be a bit more clever, paying attention to languages, accents, clothing choices, who they're frequently seen hanging around, or even their fucking shoes. Now that you've got a handle on what you're looking for, it's time to break out your handy-dandy notebook so you can fill in what you've learned. The journal is also jam-packed with helpful info like some drawings of the crew, a manifest of everyone on board alongside their roles, and the layout of the entire ship. Once you've solved 3 fates correctly, you'll be presented with what will soon come to be the greatest sound in the world to you. Music to my fucking ears. Return of the Obra Dinn is an elaborate murder mystery Sudoku puzzle of identity and death, and my personal favorite game of all time. What the hell is it doing all the way up at 71, Brad? No game has bounced me back and forth between feeling super smart and a giant dumbass quite like this one, and anyone who has played can also tell you that we've been chasing this high ever since. Obra Dinn has gone on to inspire similar narrative puzzle games like The Case of the Golden Idol and Chants of Sinar, but nothing has quite scratched this itch I've had since 2018. Come on, Lucas, we need our fix. I've already got an idea for the sequel. Time to find out what really happened in Dallas.
Number 70. Marvel vs. Capcom 2. As the embers of the arcade era died out around the turn of the millennium, there was but one bright flame still enticing players to the cabinets. And if you listen round the campfire, you can hear wizened old veterans of the fighting game scene tell tall tales of the stories that formed around it. There's a really great 2020 article from VGC by Eric Van Allen that I'll link in the description about the absolute event that was Marvel vs. Capcom 2. The article brings up stories from former MVC2 enthusiast turned Riot Games dev Tom Cannon and legendary competitive fighting game player Justin Wong about how players were so hell-bent on getting good at Marvel vs. Capcom 2 that they were practically overloading the arcade machines with quarters to have retries so that they could unlock all the characters, actually approaching the arcade technicians to see if they could help them out, and eventually getting them to relent. And is it any surprise that Marvel vs. Capcom 2 inspired such mania? Where Capcom's previous crossover fighters with Marvel and the X-Men had generally tickled around 20 characters, here was one with an, at the time, unheard of 56. This gave the roster room to get truly creative with completely wild, unthinkable picks like Servbot and Shuma Gorath. They made Shuma Gorath into a fully animated, fully playable fighting game character who you can kill Ryu with. Do you even know what Shuma Gorath is? I don't. I thought it was an STD. As one of the last of the dying breed of arcade fighters, MVC2 was naturally one of the most advanced and refined ever. One of the first with 3D rendered backgrounds which complemented the gorgeously detailed 2D sprites beautifully. One of the first to dare to set a high-level competitive fighting game to elevator music. One of the first fighting games to usher in the advent of EVO, the world's biggest yearly competitive fighting game tournament. EVO is the institution it is today in large part due to Marvel vs. Capcom 2. So absurdly broken was this game that people were feral to witness the spectacle that was high-stakes competitive matches in person. They travelled across state lines, sometimes international borders, to watch Magneto and Storm touch of death the entire cast of Street Fighter in under a minute. High-level MVC2 is like cockfighting with bears and rocket launchers, and where the floor is on fire and everyone's on drugs. Never again are we likely to witness a more masochistic, incandescent spectacle than peak Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Number 69. Fallout 2. If the original Fallout was a proof of concept of the post-nuclear setting, Fallout 2 was Black Isle Studios fully executing on the potential of the incredibly novel ideas that birthed Fallout. If you want an illustration of just how far writing can take a video game, then Scribblenauts is honestly a good shout. But after that, RPG's the quality of Fallout 2. Fallout 2 released barely a year after the original Fallout, and as such, it didn't have time for significant mechanical innovation. Its combat improved slightly. There was a car that could change the way you traverse the world a bit, and the visuals are practically identical to Fallout 1. Yet, it's the game's narrative and themes and dialogue that take a massive step up from a predecessor that was already very good in that department. Every character in Fallout 2 is just more interesting to talk to than 90% of the cast of Fallout 1. Crucially, companions are drastically deeper and more fleshed out, and also more helpful, so you aren't practically dragging a really boring corpse around the wasteland with you. The limitations of Fallout 2's quick turnaround time kind of became a strength of the game. Its reuse of assets means you get to revisit old locations from the original. Shady Sands, now the NCR. Tandy from the first game, now the President, with tons of interesting things to tell you about the protagonist from the first game. Its reuse of assets invites so much fascinating familiarity that I almost posited that perhaps the Yakuza devs over at RGG Studios had taken a hint from it for their use of Kamurocho. However, it then occurred to me that there are some geopolitical events in our history that may have perhaps prevented the Yakuza devs from being particularly interested in playing Fallout. It's not just patriotic nods to Fallout's past though. Fallout 2 also finds the time to introduce a bevy of crucial new ideas and characters to the series canon, most notably the tyrannical Enclave, who serve as a commentary on the US elite and its conquest of oil. Yes, Americans are the bad guys here. I told you this game goes some crazy places. Fallout 2 is a benchmark in RPGs and storytelling in video games, and one that no main series game has touched since Black Isle Studios, as they were folded in 2003. Number 68. Donkey Kong Country 2: Diddy's Kong Quest.
I'm just gonna get this out of the way. It took me way too long to realize that the title of this game was a pun on Diddy's Conquest. If it took you until now to realize this, then congratulations! You are just as stupid as I am. I consider the Donkey Kong Country trilogy to be one of the greatest trilogies in gaming, right up there alongside Super Mario Bros., Batman Arkham, and Dark Souls. And DKC2 is the best banana in the bunch. Ironically enough, the titular Donkey Kong character isn't even playable for 2 out of the 3 entries in this trilogy, instead having him take on the damsel in distress role, seeing him get captured by the Kremlin army not once, but twice. Come on, man, you have a reputation to uphold here. Thankfully, though, the kids don't need a strong male role model to look up to, as Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong are just as fun to control, if not more. I kinda missed controlling DK as he was the kinda heavier tank character in the duo, but Diddy and Dixie are a couple of extremely nimble chimps and a ton of fun to control in a wacky series of platforming adventures. Dixie's ponytail spin in particular saved me from dying hundreds of times. The level variety in this game is a step up from its predecessor, seeing us leave Kong Island and explore new locations such as a creepy amusement park, a volcano, and a flying airship. Rareware in the 90s is simply unbeatable, and anyone could point to Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest as a shining example of this.
Number 67. Deus Ex. In the late 90s, upon leaving Looking Glass Studios, the team behind classics like Thief and System Shock, game designer Warren Spector was offered the opportunity of a lifetime by other legendary game designer John Romero. Romero offered Spector a place at his new game studio, Ion Storm, and beseeched him to make the game of his dreams with no creative interference. Spector thusly set out to make a game with endless player freedom and agency that combined all the best bits of RPGs, stealth games, and first-person shooters. When you say it out loud, it sounds kinda stupid, doesn't it? Like when a kid tells you he wants to be a game designer and you ask him what kinds of games he wants to make and he says, a mix between Call of Duty and Halo. That may be a very specific interaction that's only ever happened to me, I admit. I don't know. Has that ever happened to anyone else? Has a kid ever told you he wanted to be a game designer and then you've asked him what kinds of games he wants to make and he said, I want to make a game that's like Call of Duty combined with Halo? Because, yeah, that happened to me. And I know he was literally a child, but man, I tell you, I couldn't help it. I rolled my eyes so hard at this kid. Ugh. What a philistine. Anyway, Warren Spector and the team kinda just did make a game that combined RPGs and stealth games and first-person shooters. They actually made a game that effectively delivered on their unbelievably lofty vision, that combined so many of the coolest things about the many games they cited as having inspired them, the Fallouts and Half-Lifes and GoldenEye 007s of this world. Yes, a whole bunch of games we've been talking about very recently. Deus Ex is this ridiculous banquet of game design and mechanics and systems. You could approach any mission any way you want, through stealth, through violence, through talking, and more often than not, the game will react to them. It's a feat of technical wizardry and engineering befitting of its future noir aesthetic, because weaved in with all these systems, the incredible AI and countless tools at your disposal, is one of the more prophetic narratives ever delivered by a video game. Deus Ex is about conspiracy, it's about espionage and transhumanism, men seeking to combine themselves with AI and become living gods. Not a lot of games from Deus Ex's time can claim to have aged well, but its themes and narratives are more relevant today than they had ever been before its release. Looking back, it can really feel, in so many ways, like this game was just seeing everything that was to come in the following decades. And that's a kind of futurism in and of itself. Number 66. Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3. So, stop me if you've heard this one before, I really wanted to get Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 on this list as well. It was on the list, then it was an honourable mention, and then I just couldn't quite squeeze it on right at the end. It was undoubtedly one of the best games ever, and yet Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is so good. It's such an incredible sequel that, as good as THPS 2 is, it's kind of hard to justify going back to when THPS 3 is just right there. This is a concept we'll come back to later when we come to another game that I think you'll be in disbelief at learning isn't on this list, so keep it in mind. With the best career mode in the series, the most unbelievable levels yet seen in a game of its kind, and the quite literally game-changing reverb that can turn every one of those levels into a never-ending combo factory, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 is the genre-defining, sport-coolifying series at its apex. On top of its many other achievements, Pro Skater 3 was also the first game in the series to hit 60 FPS by virtue of being on the PS2 generation of consoles, the first to feature online play, and the first to feature playable Darth Maul in a sports game up until NBA 2K19. It's okay, you probably just haven't unlocked him yet. The levels in Pro Skater 3 are just a sight to behold. Foundry, cruise ship, airport, so mouth-wateringly sprinkled with rails and slopes and jumps that you can practically taste the exquisite skateboarding euphoria the moment you see them unfold before you. I love rails. Like jungle gyms for your feet, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3's levels are littered with intelligently placed skate letters and tapes that'll invite you to flex your skills all over the level's geometry and get acquainted with all the tricks at your disposal, but more than anything, the levels in this game want you to combo. The only thing saving your TV and indeed your fingers is the level of mercy you feel like exercising. The game whispering to you like the fucking Green Goblin mask, keep the combo going. Just one more trick. And you know what? You'll listen to it. Because Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3, one of the purest distillations of simple video game fun, is not to be denied. Number 65. Celeste.
As more and more years go by with little to no good 2D platformers, Celeste begins to feel better and better. Earlier in this list, we praised one of the other titans of the genre, Rayman Legends, for its incredible set pieces. And honestly, much of Rayman's creativity isn't possible in Celeste's minimal style. Where Celeste succeeds best, though, is its allowance for player creativity. Lots of games have impressive speedruns, but the next speedrun event you watch, keep an eye on the Celeste blog. What players can accomplish in these levels is fucking incredible. And seeing the game in 25 minutes when it took me around 10 hours and hundreds of more deaths is just incredible. But that exact comparison is another strength of Celeste. Those who dedicate loads of time to this game can do incredible things and push it to its limits. But even someone like me who struggles what to eat for lunch, much less have the reaction time to move that fast in platformers, can have a lot of fun. Whenever you make a mistake, you're not forced to go back too far that you get discouraged or want to quit. Even in a sea of literal hundreds of deaths, I beat the whole thing in a weekend. Mistakes in Celeste are expected and somewhat encouraged. It's so easy to jump right back in after a mistake, or many mistakes on a single screen. And while the presentation is minimal, all the pixel art is clear and concise. Not to mention, Lena Raine casually drops some of the best pieces of music you'll ever hear in your life, especially towards the end. Overall, Celeste is my personal current gold standard for the 2D platform genre. Super Meat Boy walked so this mountain climbing marvel could run. Or so it could do this really satisfying air dash.
Number 64. Final Fantasy Tactics. In the same year that Square released Final Fantasy VII, they put out Final Fantasy Tactics, which met rapturous applause from, admittedly, much less people. It's kinda hard to overshadow Final Fantasy VII, they should have had Tifa Lockhart. Final Fantasy Tactics was a strategy RPG spin on the Final Fantasy formula, complete with chocobo, crystals, and a remix on classic Final Fantasy's famed class system. Interestingly, it was helmed by a group of predominantly newcomers to the series like Yasumi Matsuno and Akihiko Yoshida, who had previously cut their teeth working on the Ogre Battle series, which us Westerners now know as Shrek. Like Fire Emblem, but with less implied sex and more Olympic-level high jumping, Final Fantasy Tactics had deep, challenging gameplay, an expansive and free-flowing class system, and a tendency to softlock you by funneling you into brutally hard battles just after you've saved with no chance of going back. If it were just for its gameplay, Final Fantasy Tactics would be remembered as another brilliant late 90s RPG by Square, but Final Fantasy Tactics had all the intangibles on its side. With a distinct and considered art style, planned and perfected from the very start, FFT has this golden brown farm core aesthetic that's so distinct from other games of the time and still sticks in the mind today. It of course had a typically beloved soundtrack owed to the brilliant composers Square brought on, notably not Nobuo Uematsu, but FFT is surely most fondly remembered for its story, lauded by some as maybe even the best in the series. A big claim, considering said series gets 8 new games every year. I'm not salty. I may have grown up with Crash and Spyro and since watched them fade away into obscurity whilst Final Fantasy fans continue to get everything they could ever possibly want, but I'm not salty, I promise. Final Fantasy's class system bleeds into the story a little bit here, as that's what FFT's story is about. class. It's a story of nobles versus commoners and peasants, the protagonist checking his own privilege and siding with the working class, rejecting his own family name and nobility in the process. It takes a lot of inspiration from the real-life Wars of the Roses, curiously with a lot of nods to Shakespeare and Oliver Cromwell, of all things. Side note, if you're ever interested in British history, my first suggestion would be to look into Oliver Cromwell. He played an instrumental role in the execution of King Charles I and effectively abolished the monarchy for over a decade. Then, under his rule, they abolished Christmas as well. It's crazy stuff. No notoriously wonky localization or relative lack of tutorialization could possibly stop Final Fantasy Tactics. Its sheer quality simply barreling through any potential roadblocks. In a time of so many quality RPGs, FFT still managed to stand out. It's a landmark title in a truly competitive time, and that it's remembered at all considering its competition is a testament to its greatness. Number 63. Wii Sports Resort. Okay, so remember way back when I told you to remember the idea of a video game sequel making the original kind of impossible to come back to? Well done for remembering. This is what I'm talking about. Undoubtedly, the original Wii Sports holds more importance, more significance than Wii Sports Resort, coming packed in with the Nintendo Wii as a launch title and simultaneously being one of the greatest launch titles and tech demos of all time. It reached millions upon millions of families and proved that this motion control stuff might have legs after all. As if it wasn't impressive enough for Wii Sports to uncloud so much of the skepticism around said motion controls, it also made spending time with your family fun. But Wii Sports Resort looks at all of Wii Sports' accomplishments and laughs. "Who are you?" asks a terrified Wii Sports. "I'm you, but better," resorts Wii Sports retort. One of Wii Sports' problems was how bland it was visually. Even someone with the most unhealthy obsession with washed out greed would have to admit that Wii Sports Resort is a radical step up in the presentation department. This is down in part to better lighting and visuals and a bit more lens flare, sure, but it's mostly down to its setting, Woohoo Island, which you open this game by skydiving onto. Woohoo Island is a home away from home, now so iconic within the Nintendo canon that it's got its own Mario Kart track. The sports being set on this island spruces up so much of the visuals and theming, but the cherry on top is an additional mode that lets you just fly around it at your own pace, just exploring all its nooks and crannies and the many charming secrets the dev team hid away in it, picking up these info bubbles that deliver to you little tidbits of the island's dire lore along the way. It's so cathartic, as if they just put pilot wings in another game. Cliché as it may be, I would opine that much like the Overlook Hotel in Stanley Kubrick's 1980 classic The Shining, Woohoo Island is a character in and of itself. Not exactly like it, but enough like it. Oh yeah, and the other thing with Wii Sports was that it had 5 sports, and one of them was baseball, which no one cares about. In Resort, you've got swordplay, frisbee, cycling, and table tennis, among many others, the latter of which just being better tennis. Yes, they really made tennis too. That's the thing about Wii Sports Resort, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, it's just better Wii Sports. I will simply hear no arguments. No one has ever tried to argue otherwise, but I'm saying it anyway. Wii Sports Resort is just nicer looking Wii Sports with more sports, better sports, and more extremely fun additional modes within those sports like Return Challenge and Speed Slice. The one thing Wii Sports was lacking was a soul, and then Resort came along and forced it in there like a reverse Kali Ma. I think it's the best Wii game. There are 2 Wii exclusives higher on this list, but if you're asking just me, I think it's the best one. If you don't believe me, look at this dog.
Excellent!
I rest my case. Also, remember the concept of a sequel just totally outclassing its original again, because it actually is going to come up much later this time for real. Number 62. Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a bit of a divisive game. When it came out, Critics had enough climaxes to make another extended edition of Return of the King, but general audiences, I find, have been a bit more mixed. One of my favourite videos on all of YouTube is Nakey Jakey's original video on Red Dead 2 and Rockstar's outdated game design. Yes, I know he's made a follow-up since. I think they're both great. I just really like that original one. It and many other impressions I've encountered paint a picture of a game that is absolutely incomparable in its scope and beauty and unparalleled in its storytelling, but totally antiquated in its gameplay systems and quest design. Red Dead 2 strives for realism and immersion so much that it compromises the freedom a sandbox game of its kind is supposed to offer, but opinions differ. Some people may not think the real-time shrinking horse balls was a waste of time and resources in pursuit of needless and frankly futile realism. Some people may not have worms in their brain. And while Red Dead 2 in 2018 may still have been failing you on a stealth mission for climbing onto a rooftop that it didn't want you climbing on, everyone could at least agree that its story and characters were utterly captivating, overshadowing Rockstar's previous high watermarks, a true once-in-a-generation moment in AAA video game storytelling. Games as cinema very much goes against my philosophy, but so does putting beans in a sandwich, yet sometimes a burrito still hits. Do you know what I'm saying? God, I hope not. I sound insane. Red Dead Redemption 2 ain't everyone's speed, but for anyone who's ever wanted to frolic around in their beautiful wilderness whilst also maintaining a dignified mystique, it beats the shit out of doing it in real life. Trust me, I've tried. It's a very hard balance to maintain. Number 61. Marvel's Spider-Man 2.
There's an argument to be made that Spider-Man 2 doesn't belong on this list. You could argue that we've fallen victim to recency bias, or that it's too much of a checklist game. That no game that puts Miles Morales in this ugly-ass suit should be anywhere near a top 100 list. But the way Spider-Man 2 masters traditional open-world tropes makes this game deserving of its spot. And yes, it's mostly because of the web swinging. Open-world games are a dime a dozen in the modern AAA gaming landscape. But Spider-Man 2 has the best traversal of any open-world game, bar none. The addition of the web wings and each hero's individual abilities make this game's swinging a vast improvement. Never before has a game's movement system made its predecessors feel so obsolete. Constantly navigating and backtracking in an open world becomes much easier to stomach when you can swing over skyscrapers doing tricks the whole time. Far more often than not, the destinations are worthwhile. There's some stinkers in there, sure. Those Emily May Foundation research missions especially usually felt like boring padding. But with all of that, so much of the side content around New York make the world worth exploring. From exploring what justice truly entails with a fellow vigilante, to sitting on a bench in Central Park reflecting on mortality with an old man. The side activities this game has are far more hits than misses. Spider-Man 2 is one of the easiest games I've ever played to 100% completion. And that's absolutely a compliment. The game makes tedious activities fun, which is what makes Spider-Man 2 the gold standard for traditional open-world games.
Number 60. Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty. Metal Gear Solid 2 solidified Hideo Kojima's status as an auteur and all-around insane crazy man. It features all the logical steps forward you can imagine from Metal Gear Solid 1, like enhanced visuals, improved enemy AI, and more sophisticated gunplay, and it also features some illogical steps to the side, like a 90:10 cutscene to gameplay ratio, and the potential for your girlfriend to call you up and call you a monster if you shoot too many seagulls. That's the thing about making art. Sometimes it's better if you just do whatever the fuck you want. If the not at all marketed before release protagonist switch from Snake to Raiden is proof of anything, it's that Kojima and team were not necessarily out to please everyone with Metal Gear Solid 2. And at first, they didn't. There was some serious backlash to this game when it first came out, but in time, fans have warmed to Metal Gear Solid 2, and then some. This is because Metal Gear Solid 2 is a good game, but it's also because it has a final stretch so chillingly prescient that it still holds up today. Earlier I name-dropped Deus Ex as one of the most prophetic games ever made. I said one of because Metal Gear Solid 2 exists, and it probably has it beat. There is little more skin-crawlingly incisive than this game's final act in which reality begins to break down. The game toys with your sense of reality. The Colonel is revealed as an AI and gives this straight-up freaky speech about information warfare, the nature of truth in the digital age, and philosophizes about so many facets of society that are true today. He basically predicts Twitter. It's terrifying. Made all the better by what has to have been the best voice acting video games had seen up until this point. Kojima's penchant for cinema is on full display here as he lets voice actors take centre stage throughout this game, as ever flashing up their names on screen when the characters they play are introduced. When the guy at the wheel has such a respect for voice actors, is it any wonder so many of them turn out such good performances? Special mention to Paul Eading, who plays the Colonel in this game in particular, who so deftly navigates a man with whom there clearly isn't something quite right the whole time that it's honestly a bit scary. Metal Gear Solid 2 has rightly been called one of the most profound games of all time. I'd say we're getting into a block of a few of those, actually, and I don't think it'd be a stretch to suggest that MGS2 likely inspired them all, at least a little bit. Number 59, Outer Wilds.
Outer Wilds. If you've yet to play it, you'll recognize its soundtrack from the background music of every YouTube video essay ever. And for a good reason. Shit slaps. This is in the video essay Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, right up there with Celeste. Okay, before we get into this, I do have a bit of a confession. I haven't beaten Outer Wilds. Hell, I've barely played it. I love a good narrative puzzle. A game that has you backtracking through areas, gating new content not with unlocked abilities, but unlocked knowledge. One that has you slowly piecing together its story, every so often gifting you with that euphoric eureka moment, having you go, oh my god, this changes everything. You heard me talk about Oberdin, I eat this shit up. On paper, this sounds like a game designed uniquely for me, being everything I love. And I've tried. I first dipped into it when it was on Game Pass, I later bought it on a Steam sale, I even have it on my Switch, but for some reason, it just has yet to grab me. Maybe it's the awkward controls, perhaps the excessive reading, but it's not a problem for me in other games. Now you may think that makes me unqualified to sing praises about it on a top 100 list. However, going back to those video essays, if you've ever seen any built around games they think you should go play, 9 times out of 10, they will bring up Outer Wilds. And 9 times out of those 9, the recommendation will go something like this. Wow, this game is fantastic! Perhaps the greatest game of all time! But I can't tell you anything about it. Anything I might say will ruin the experience. Seems easy enough, let's give it a shot. Wow, this game is fantastic. Perhaps the greatest game of all time. But I can't tell you anything about it. Anything I might say will ruin the experience. Well, there you have it. You heard it here, folks. Best game ever, but number 60 on our list.
It's number 59 now, Joe. I just changed it. Oh, you can't hear me. Number 58. Metroid Prime. People were apprehensive in the lead up to Metroid Prime. It's a well-told story by now that Nintendo had been struggling to conceptualize what a Metroid game in 3D could look like, and wound up betting on a third-party studio who were relatively unproven compared to Nintendo's first-party squads to help the series make the change. It was bad enough for longtime fans that Metroid was now going to be a first-person shooter, but even more concerning perhaps that Nintendo had entrusted a franchise built on atmosphere, subtlety, and subtext to Americans. Texans, no less. And then it came out, and everything was there. Metroid Prime is a graceful pirouette into 3D for a series that many thought couldn't do it. It has the music, it has the power-ups, it has some of the most jaw-dropping visuals and environments the GameCube would ever see just over a year in, and it is dripping with that Metroid atmosphere. There is a phenomenon, a chemical event that takes place in every gamer's brain when they go through a door or a tunnel or a cave and find themselves back in an area they were earlier, but in a specific part of it they couldn't reach or didn't even know was there. It's like when you draw a perfect circle, or you put your key in the door in one fluid motion without awkwardly fucking scratching everything around the side for 3 seconds like you didn't know where the fucking keyhole is even though you're literally looking at it. It satisfies us. It delights us. It fires off these synapses in our brain. We crave it. We seek it out. Metroid Prime was likely the first time gamers got to experience that in 3D. And no more perfectly and succinctly would such a hit of dopamine be administered to their questionably sized brains, I'd say, until Dark Souls, nearly a decade later. The haters said they couldn't do it, and they were wrong. Honestly, terrible call by the haters. I'm going to move on before I say something about Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 57. Alan Wake 2. It had been some time before the release of Alan Wake 2 that a survival horror game had truly taken the world by storm. It had also been some time since a survival horror game featured a 60s talk show and FMV cutscenes and a musical number, so it's fair to say Alan Wake 2 broke some ground. An astoundingly ambitious and delightfully weird game in the AAA space, Alan Wake 2 is the irreverent Remedy Entertainment at their most unhinged, as surely evidenced by the fact that they forewent a Steam release and put this thing up in the fucking Epic Games Store. That is scary. It's always said that great artists steal, and you can see Alan Wake 2's inspirations all over the place. Twin Peaks, True Detective, Silent Hill, The Last of Us. Considering how much it plays with reality and meta-narratives, dare I say the aforementioned Metal Gear Solid 2. And while its gameplay, as it so often does in these big AAA photorealistic third-person shooters, takes a bit of a backseat to the story and set pieces, the fact remains that Remedy managed to bundle up all these influences into something truly unique and truly original, something very rare in modern AAA gaming. It's not every day that a survival horror game opens up by putting a fat middle-aged naked guy's bare ass in your face, and frankly, I think we need to appreciate it more when they come around. Thank you, Alan Wake 2. Very cool. Number 56. Uncharted 4: A Thief's End. Uncharted 4 oozes the kind of confidence you can only get from making it to a 4th entry in a highly acclaimed video game franchise, from having an entire 20th century factory's worth of smoke blown up your ass for The Last of Us 3 years prior, from having a Subway ad. You know, in retrospect, this feels a lot less skeevy than a lot of the other Subway ads from the time. And with that confidence comes maturity. Uncharted 4 is far more willing to take it slow, to let you breathe it all in, to really bask in the incredible sights and sounds of even Nathan Drake's most mundane trips around the sun. This willingness to slow things down a bit lends a ton of gravitas and depth to the narrative, with Uncharted 4 having the best story in the series and what's widely regarded as one of the most perfect and cathartic endings of any video game series. Technically. But this isn't to say that there was any huge compromise. Uncharted 4 still offers you more opportunities to climb insane shit that no man would ever be able to climb whilst mostly looking at the background and going, wow, that looks so nice, than ever before. And beyond even that, it ups the ante with practically every gameplay system possible. Combat takes place in more inspired circumstances, evoking the combat map design of Last of Us or even Doom, made all the more satisfying by the new rope swing. Platforming and manoeuvring around the game's classic set pieces is more nuanced and involved than ever before. And then there's these vehicle sections that actually just control like God. Uncharted's vehicles control better than games based entirely around driving. There's some chapters that use this Jeep, like the open world section where you just drive around the wilderness of Madagascar looking for watchtowers, and it's not just impressive that they just open the game up like this for a chapter, but that this chapter that is mostly just driving around and talking might be the high point of the game. The Jeep chase in the following chapter is also possibly the high point of the game. The Jeep is the high point of the game, and so is the beautiful environments. And so is all the gameplay improvement. It's a good game. Uncharted 4, it's a good game. Number 55. Monster Hunter World. Ooh, baby, Monster Hunter World. One of my personal favourite games of all time. I'm sure I've told this story before, but when Monster Hunter World came out in January 2018, I was at university. I picked up a copy, having only previously played Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate on 3DS, and enjoyed it, expecting to enjoy this. And then I missed every single lecture that week. On that launch week, I racked up over 100 hours of powered on time. I won't pretend that was all playtime because I don't think that'd be possible, but I don't think I've ever had my life ruined by a video game quite like what Monster Hunter World did to me. Over the course of my university career, I started grappling with actual insomnia and ended my course having attended less than 50% of all of my lectures in that 3-year period. I wonder if Monster Hunter World was the start of that. I also do not care. I would find it impossible to fire off all the reasons I love Monster Hunter World in 2 or 3 minutes, but if I had to describe it in one word, it would be immense. It's difficult to fathom the strides this game makes in scope and accessibility compared to its predecessors, which were largely on handheld consoles. It is simultaneously bigger and debatably more complex than its already labyrinthine compatriots, yet somehow significantly more approachable, largely thanks to a truly great tutorial. People often say Monster Hunter Rise is more accessible than World, yet I can't help but feel that they only say that because it was on Switch. It's actually nowhere near as good at onboarding new players as World, and before you know it, after you've learned how to use scout flyers and follow tracks and make equipment, and after you've finished relishing in one of the most beautiful hub areas in series history, you're off fighting so many overgrown lizards you might as well be in the Houses of Parliament themselves. And if you're anything like me, getting totally addicted all the while. With its stunning visuals and huge scope and combat that I think eclipses even the best Soulsborne bosses once you get to fighting Elder Dragons and some of the scarier monster variants, Monster Hunter World is a pretty damn good game on its own merits, but it's its expansion, Iceborne, which really takes it over the top. With Iceborne, a big game becomes huge. A roster of mostly reptiles becomes dramatically more varied, and the amount of truly tense, dramatic fights you can have goes from being a smattering to a smorgasbord. The final boss of Monster Hunter World Iceborne is a core memory to me. I think it's one of the best final bosses ever, and at the risk of being a bit of an Outer Wilds guy, I'm not going to show you it here. I'm instead going to encourage you, if you've ever had a passing interest in this series, to give this game a go and let it ruin your life. It's great when it does that. Number 54. Sonic the Hedgehog 2. The original Sonic the Hedgehog was of course a brain-melting event. Watching someone square up to Mario in the 90s wearing nothing but a pair of shoes? That took balls. Balls that were well and truly on display on the Sega Genesis. But those balls weren't quite swinging around in the wind, clanging back and forth like a pair of dice in a Ferrari to the extent they could be. Why was this? Because beta testers found that Sonic was too fast in the original to the point that he was hard to control, and thus a speed cap was imposed. I guess that's why they call them beta testers, huh? Am I right? Huh? Anybody? Huh? Alright, I'll do it myself. So when it was time for Sonic 2, and it was very soon, literally the next year, the devs were like, make him faster, and they did. And then they were like, make the game bigger, and they did. Also, do away with the 3-act structure that hurts the pacing somewhat and has you hanging around in the same zones for too long. And they did. And they also gave you the spin dash, and they slapped Tails in there, and they basically made the perfect sequel. Sonic 2 holds up remarkably, visually, musically, and in terms of pure gameplay, it just has the juice. Just look at this game. It's over 30 years old and it's still so inviting today. Such a burst of colour and personality. The best zones in this game, the classics like Chemical Plant and Casino Night, haven't aged a day visually, and the music still absolutely bops. This was the game that said, Sonic is real and he can hurt you. At first, this threat seemed directed at Nintendo, and then he went 3D and it seemed more so to apply to the I'm going to move on before I say something about Sonic the Hedgehog. Number 53. The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. Skyrim. The Elder Scrolls 5. Skyrim. The 5th Elder Scrolls game. Elder Scrolls 5. Skyrim. Yeah, I think it's bad. Let me just get this out of the way. If this were my list, Skyrim would not be anywhere near the top 100. I don't think Skyrim would be in a top 200 if we were going just by my opinion. But it should be evident to anyone looking around, anyone with their ear on the ground, that the people fucking love them some Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. And why? Because you are all victims of the Bethesda brain spell. Well, it's because of the unlimited freedom the game offers you. You've heard it part and parcel 1,000 times now, echoed by every developer and defender alike. In Skyrim, you can be whoever you want, do whatever you want. Do you want to buy a house and then sit in it and stare at a wall? You can do that. Hey, see that generic cave, the layout and interior of which we copy and pasted from 300 of the other caves in the game? You can go there. You have the freedom to master any number of the game's trades and disciplines, almost all of which boil down to an incredibly shallow system of menus. You can go anywhere you want, talk to anybody. If you take enough LSD, they might even say something interesting to you. Wide as an ocean and deep as a puddle, I have always held quite the contempt for Skyrim. I originally tried to play both sides, wrote something far more subdued, and quickly realised it was significantly less funny and entertaining to hear me lie to myself and lie to you. I wrote 80 of these fucking entries. You're gonna have to let me be a hater in just this one. I think this might be the most overrated game of all time, but what I will say to Skyrim's benefit is this. While I do and have always thought that as an RPG it was, to use the charitable phrasing here, total dog shit, I do think it has some merit as an open world something. The world of Skyrim is just nice to be in. The scenery is nice, the atmosphere is nice, the music, quite unlike the person who made it, is very nice. I do see the appeal in it as an escape, as a place and a world to just hang out in for a while. Clearly, a lot of people do, because Todd Howard is attempting to get it working on my granddad's life support as we speak. This ranks in the top 20s and 30s and sometimes even higher of most lists I see like this out there. It would probably be a lot higher on your personal list. And that's okay. I'm sure we can both agree everyone's allowed to have terrible opinions. Number 52. Sekiro. Shadows Die Twice. One of the hardest bosses in Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, literally throws his shit at you, and if that doesn't serve as some kind of metaphor, then I need to get my English degree shredded. In Sekiro, the gloves finally come off for From Software. They just come out and say it. No, we really do hate gamers. Sekiro is notorious for being agonisingly, ball-bustingly hard, well beyond even their previous works of artful antagonism like Dark Souls and Paw Patrol on a roll, the latter of which is tutorial boss I still can't beat. In Sekiro, the RPG mechanics are toned down, the lore and world building made a lot less abstract. It's all about the raw intensity of its combat. It's just you, your blade, and your wits, and possibly your therapist. But of course, as Dark Souls taught us nearly a decade prior, and debatably Demon's Souls even before that, gamers love this shit. Beating the final boss of Sekiro, by all accounts, is a rush, in the same way that I imagine blowtorching the giant scorpion that's just killed off your entire friend circle in a mid-budget 2000s horror movie would be. Sekiro is a brutal but focused exercise in what it means to touch a skill ceiling. How many players are willing to throw numbers and RPG to the side and just engage with the game's mechanics and just learn them and just get as good with them as it takes to proceed? It is understatedly elegant. Its verticality and level design, the advanced mobility it offers to the player complete with grappling hook, its gorgeous locales like Fountainhead Palace, all belie a game that is perhaps more insidious than any of FromSoft's Lovecraftian fancies. With this game, they took a step into something a bit different, a stripped-back simplicity that not many AAA studios get the chance to pull off. They lean into what they know people love about their games, that being the part where they spit on you and tell you how disgusting you are. Sekiro is a fascinating curio in an industry that feels an increasing need to shove numbers and levels into every game of every genre, far less do the exact opposite and strip them all out, and for that, I'd say it should be studied. But studying Sekiro too closely, I fear, would turn one to madness. By which I mean becoming one of those 4-hour FromSoft video essay guys. So I'm gonna get out of here before I start telling you about how Marvelous Chester from Dark Souls is actually from Yharnam and the games are all connected or whatever. Number 51. God of War Ragnarok.
I'm going to start with a huge disclaimer. I never played the original God of War trilogy. My introduction to the series was buying a PlayStation 4 bundle with the game in 2019. And my other disclaimer, God of War Ragnarok is a weaker game than the 2018 release. Now, with all that on the table, God of War Ragnarok is one of the best of modern PlayStation. It builds on the PS4 game's combat in really fun ways. The Leviathan Axe and Blades of Chaos feel even better than before, and the addition of the Dropnir Spear adds even more variety. The special runic attacks return and have a lot of variety, and different combinations give you a lot of freedom in how your version of Kratos plays, even though you'll likely find a favorite and stick with it for most of the game. It also addresses the original game's weakness, lack of enemy variation. Instead of repeated boss battles against ogres and trolls, you'll get bombastic battles against the gods of the Norse pantheon and huge beasts, with the fights against Heimdall and the first fight against Thor being especial standouts. There are some drawbacks to the gameplay. The movement can feel quite restrictive in service of crafting a path for you to pursue the main story, and the puzzle solving is a bit ruined by Atreus never giving you a damn moment to think. But the combat is more than enough to make up for these drawbacks. The story is where this game really struggles compared to the predecessor. It's much larger in scale, for better and for worse. It did give us those incredible boss fights I mentioned earlier, and a whole lot more that I didn't. In exchange, though, we lost the essence of what made the first game's story so great. We get grand battles, but lose the intimacy and relatively small scale of the 2018 game. There are some with the opinion that this game should have been, or perhaps at one point was, two separate games. Perhaps they're right. With more time for each character to breathe, this could have been a much more impactful story. But those moments that made the first game so excellent are still here. They just take a little longer to find. Also, you need to play the DLC for this game, God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. I know I gushed about Hades being the only roguelike to effectively tell a story earlier, but Valhalla gives it a run for its money. It's a genius addition that could have been sold as a standalone PSN game, but instead, it's a free expansion.
And cut. Gamers, timekeepers, savant mathematicians, it may occur to you now that by virtue of having finished the 51 entry on this list, you have in fact made it to the halfway point of this video. Yes, I can scarcely believe it myself. My hands and back and brain are all on the verge of shattering into dust, but we persist. I just want to take a moment, if you'll indulge me, to just remind you that we at Palette Swap are a team of 4 or 5 guys with no executives, no overlords, no sponsors. Perhaps you could be a sponsor of some kind if you feel so inclined by signing up to our Patreon. We have a ton of cool benefits like voting on our bi-weekly Patreon exclusive listicles, voting on which articles go into the Palette Swap Hall of Fame every month. That's my favourite, I love the Hall of Fame. Access to the Palette Swap Discord, which if I may say so myself is a super chill place with some great vibes, and early access to these YouTube videos and your names in the end credits. And if you're stumbling upon us for the first time, we are a group of satirists, journalists and all-around freaks who have backgrounds with Hard Drive and The Onion, who have struck out on our own and started our own thing. Some satire, some actual opinions and think pieces. Everything we do, we try and strike a balance, a bit like this video. You can follow us at Palette Swap Mag on basically all social media except stinky stupid Facebook, where we had to be Palette Swap Magazine, and we do currently appear to be banned on TikTok because of a joke I made at the end of the sole TikTok/YouTube short we've done so far that I guess was too graphic. we'll get on that. We also have a site where you can see our articles and jokes at paletteswap.site. Links to all this stuff will of course be in the description. On a personal note, I have never made a video this big or even close. Not on my personal channel, Fudge, if you want to go drop a sub, and not on here. Until now, the Baldur's Gate 3 video was the longest I'd ever made that I'd fully written myself. This is like 4 times longer, and I wrote about 80% of it. That's why there's no jokes in this segment. I am so sick of jokes. I have written so many jokes for this video, and I might just never joke again. I might just do the second half of this video entirely seriously. Just 100% earnest, no jokes. How does that sound? I'm not going to do that. So huge and complicated on multiple levels is this video compared to anything I've done before that you can probably tell my PC had some trouble rendering it. I've noticed a couple visual glitches during the transitions where the visuals kind of bug out for a frame or two. There seems to be nothing I can do about that. I'm rendering this video in segments of about half an hour because there's no way I'd be able to store all the files needed for it in my PC at one time, and in the project file there's actually nothing wrong with these transitions. I've done everything right on my end. I think it's literally my PC, which is good, but it's not, you know, it's not a fucking 2180 T1000 or whatever struggling to render it. I noticed it with Red Dead 2, I noticed it with God of War Ragnarok. Yeah, I hope you guys can understand. I see these things, they're not mistakes, I actually just don't think I can do anything about them. The Perfect Dark footage in some places looked properly shit. I noticed that, and that might be a mistake on my end. I mean, that game does have a notoriously bad frame rate even for the N64, but I just kind of assumed it was looking bad in the project file because of how overloaded my PC was getting, but then it came out in the render too, and I was like, oh fuck. It is really hard finding nice, high quality footage of Perfect Dark, man. I thought I had it, but Sony Vegas skewed my vision a little bit. You know, with enough patrons, we could start making some real money and maybe I could get me one of those big boy PCs. Anyway, how am I doing so far? Is it obvious when I haven't played one of the games I'm talking about? Have I totally fucked up or just said anything monumentally stupid yet? I hope not. I feel like I'm doing pretty good, but I suspect the YouTube comments will be quick to humble me, and I'm soon to find out that despite poring over an entire Let's Play's worth of footage, the train sequence actually wasn't in Uncharted 2, but instead in Uncharted 3, and Uncharted 2 actually looks like this. There's a good chance I've fucked up, but we knew this was flawed from the start. I hope you can forgive me and also admit that I have done a better job at this than like 90% of people put on their own. On top of all the writing and research that's gone into this, there's all the little stuff, you know? I watched a lot of like similar like YouTube listicle stuff like this put out in the lead up to this video. You know, stuff by big publications with way more of a following than I or Palette Swap has ever had, and man, some of this stuff is bad. I watched one about scary moments in games that was like 2 hours long, and I swear it was literally just playing the same YouTube audio library lo-fi hip-hop track throughout the whole thing. It wasn't very good, and I would have put a lot more care into this than that. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of curating even music for this video. I find a song that fits for 2 games in a row without being from either game or series being discussed, then we fade out and move on before you get sick of the song. There are some exceptions, like when I change up the visual backgrounds, which I'm doing every 25 entries until we get to the top 10, where I fade out after 1 just to make it more clean and give this whole thing more of a sense of progression. Might sound like a dumb thing to highlight, but that's just how much effort I'm putting into this. Do you have any idea how hard it was to find a song that fit for Return of the Obra Dinn and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 together? It was hard, but I think I pulled it off, you know. That was Egg Quarters from Sonic Adventure 2, by the way. One of the greatest video game soundtracks of all time. There's just a lot of slop out there, and as much as I personally resent the listicle format a bit, and as much as I'm tired of rankings and tier lists, I hope you can see that this is not slop. I've put a lot of myself into this. There's a lot of silly little stories and jokes and anecdotes to the point where I hope you feel like you can come back to this video. You know, like it hasn't just been thrown out into the void to pop a quick viewer number. I like to think that this is like a fun one that you can just kind of hang out with and have fun with, and as a time capsule might be really fun to look back on in 5 to 10 years, you know, think about how it might have changed, get a good look into where people's heads were at in terms of games around this time. Anyway, I've rambled on long enough, let's get back to business. Support Palette Swap, reject average slop. Ooh, I think I've just come up with a new tagline there. That was totally, I just wrote that and I was like, ooh. I hope you enjoy the video. Thank you for supporting us if you do. Let's get on with the top 50. Number 50. Dragon Age Origins. Before Baldur's Gate 3, RPG players, the horniest people in the world, were salivating over Dragon Age Origins. The game's team, BioWare, who made Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, showcased the quality of writing in this game and executed on their vision to an extent that not even its sequels could match. Its combat, very much inherited from Knights of the Old Republic, is far more fluid than BioWare's previous work, and even offers players the option to zoom things out and get a more isometric view akin to the classic CRPGs of old with the tactics system. But combat is not the centerpiece here. As is the case with all great RPGs, Dragon Age Origins lives and dies by its writing. In Dragon Age Origins, your actions have consequences. This is a concept alien to most gamers, so it's no surprise that it completely floored them, sweeping awards left and right. In Dragon Age Origins, you can say or do something in the first 8 hours of the game and see it come back 20 hours later. This may not sound so novel in the age of Baldur's Gate 3 and The Witcher 3, and I don't mean to suggest that Origins invented choice and consequence in video games, but it clearly serves as great inspiration for so many of the great RPGs since. There are so many memorable characters in Origins. Its companions like Alistair and Morrigan, the patient zeros of Twitter porn. There are so many memorable locations and quests, deciding who rules over the dwarves in Orzammar, all the political intrigue and drama that unfolds around the Landsmeet. From the very start, Dragon Age Origins is giving you interesting decisions to make and promising you that your choices will have huge, tangible impacts on the story, and I mean that literally. Perhaps most impressively of all, the first few hours of Dragon Age Origins will be radically different depending on what origin you choose, whether you're a Dalish elf or a dwarf noble, or you're the most boring person alive and you pick human, because that's what you play fantasy RPGs for apparently. There's an insane amount of depth and content in these origin stories alone that will ripple out into the rest of the game in the most unexpected and delightful ways. It didn't innovate too much, but it did perfect, and there wouldn't be a Western RPG on its level for some time. Number 49. Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6 did something quite novel for modern fighting games when it came out in 2023. It released with content. Then, it went even further than that and included features that appealed to even the idiot casual baby gamer who can't parry all 10 hits of Chun-Li's Super Drive, Trigger Rush, X and Television Amico attack. When Street Fighter 5 launched 7 years prior with no arcade mode and some of the creepiest faces you'll see outside of a Republican conference, it was considered a pretty bitter disappointment. And Street Fighter 6 feels like a direct response to that shoddy launch. Easily one of the most feature-complete fighting games on arrival in years. I would find it hard to recap all the insane, first-of-its-kind ways Street Fighter extends an olive branch to the casual player, but my favourite has to be the World Tour mode. Abominable custom characters and derisive texts from jury and all. I have a friend who went through an arc with Street Fighter V, very much the same as the one I went through with Smash Ultimate. He just feels the sauce was missing from the gameplay, like the expressiveness of Street Fighter IV had been lost. And it's safe to say that with Street Fighter VI, that sauce is back. The drive system affords players so many options from jump that it feels nigh on impossible for games to unfold in the same way one after another. There's so much nuance and variety back in the pure fighting that Street Fighter VI has already been an instant competitive hit. I hardly know what is ever going on in this game at a high level, and yet I still check it out at Evo and Combo Breaker and whatnot because it's just cool to watch regardless. It's one of the rare times a fighting game has come out and just been a success for both demographics, and it of course doesn't hurt that it's a total treat for the eyes as well. So much expressive animation, so many splashes of colour at every turn. Street Fighter 6 was immediately an undeniably fun, astoundingly beautiful fighting game that almost everyone was just able to agree upon its release is just one of the best of the genre ever, and its best days are probably still ahead of it. Number 48. Halo 3.
Halo 2 may have introduced much of the gaming world to online matchmaking and the friends list, something Xbox would later adopt into their ecosystem at large, but the series really hit its stride with its final entry. At least it was supposed to be final at the time. Now there is a myriad of achievements, which we can discuss when it comes to Halo 3, but I really want to focus on one specific achievement. Achievements! Halo 3 came out during a period people actually cared about these little trophies, and Bungie expertly wove certain achievements into the game's unlockables. This had players exploring all aspects the game had to offer, including collecting hidden skulls, beating high enough scores in the co-op campaign mode, and sometimes even encouraging players to silently agree to work together in the ranked free-for-all playlist. This is how most of us were able to hit 2 different guys with a single Spartan laser blast. If you unlocked all the achievements available at launch, you'd be rewarded with a katana. And let me tell you, hopping into a custom games lobby with a katana on your back, man, that was the equivalent of showing up to school wearing a brand new North Face jacket. It was 2007. And while the katana was the last armor piece most players would ever reach, there was one more white whale for completionists out there: recon armor.
Hey, what's up, YouTube? Yeah, this is just probably the luckiest guy I've ever seen. He is a 5-star general with recon armor. This is probably the sickest thing I've ever seen on Halo. Yeah, it's just badass, and I wish this guy the best in Halo gaming.
You see, recon was only available to Bungie employees and certain players deemed as having made a significant impact on the Halo community, like the guy who managed to kill himself with a traffic cone. But after a series of DLC and the release of Halo 3 ODST, Bungie unveiled 7 new achievements of monumental difficulty, known as the Vidmaster Challenge, completing which would allow players to unlock the coveted recon armor. Now, to put in perspective just how difficult the Vidmaster Challenge was, one of these new achievements required 4 players in co-op to beat the final mission without dying while piloting 4 ghosts across the finish line. Completing this challenge with my high school friends is still one of my most cherished gaming memories and a big reason why Halo 3 is my favorite in the franchise.
Number 47. Final Fantasy VI. Final Fantasy VI is simultaneously the end of an era and the beginning of one. This was the last 2D pixel-based Final Fantasy game, and the last one to be exclusively released for Nintendo consoles, at least originally. But it was also the first to be directed by someone who wasn't Hironobu Sakaguchi, and it was the first to really remix the world of Final Fantasy. Somewhat tired of typical medieval fantasy tropes, the minds behind Final Fantasy VI took inspiration from the Industrial Revolution to implement machinery and technology into the world of Final Fantasy for the first time, creating a world where fantasy and futurism existed in concert, beautifully personified by the moment where one of your party members suplexes a train. And with this brave new vision, Final Fantasy VI sets the pace for the rest of the series. Almost every game to follow, with the exception of Final Fantasy IX, which is an intentional throwback, taking cues from this pseudo sci-fi fantasy world, and almost all of them surely aiming for Six's skyscraping standards of writing, characters, and gameplay to mixed success. Final Fantasy VI features endless improvements on the classic gameplay formula, most notably being able to delay a character's turn and pass over to another character whose action bar is full, which adds so much depth to the combat when you don't have to take actions in a certain order that it's hard to believe previous games didn't have it. And then Final Fantasy VI is just littered with iconic story moments, from the opening to the opera house, the game's writing and characters taking a huge step up from the previous entries, offering more believable arcs and motivations, jumping around to different perspectives, ramping up the stakes, and offering more drama than ever before. The world is destroyed by an evil clown in this game, so maybe they were going for some realism as well. Final Fantasy VI has aged like a fine wine. It was revered even in one of the most stacked years in video game history, and I don't see it suddenly struggling to hold up anytime soon. Number 46. Pokemon Black and White 2. I have always been a bit less convinced by Pokemon's 5th generation than most people, but I gotta hand it to these games, particularly Black and White 2. They have an ungodly amount of stuff packed into them. Its main story alone is surely longer than any other Pokemon games, and then the post-game is just genuinely nuts here. Pokemon has never given you this much to do after the credits roll before or since. Compound this with the fact that Generation 5 introduces the most new Pokemon of any generation, and that the Pokedex, even in Black and White 2, has a huge focus on them, and this feels like the rare instance where the series bet on itself. It said, here's some cool new shit that we know is good, instead of just shoving Kanto in your face again and telling you all about how Charizard is the best and coolest and could definitely beat up your dad. In lieu of the traditional 3rd definitive edition of a Pokemon generation, a la Emerald or Platinum, Pokemon Black and White 2 are straight up sequels, a series first. This means they rehash far less than these other games of their kind. There's a whole new story, and the world, whilst mostly the same, has changed significantly. You get to see what happened to Team Plasma in the fallout of Black and White 1, you get to see how Cherin and Bianca have changed. It's really cool stuff, and probably makes Gen 5 the series of games that Game Freak put the most demonstrable effort into. There's a unique version of the gym theme for every gym in this game. They never did this again. It's actually really sick. They pulled off so much cool little stuff in these games. The fact that I can say that about a generation that brought us Pokemon that look like this says a lot. And given all the excessive simplification and nostalgia baiting that would come in the following generations, I think it's fair to say that maybe I, as a Pokemon fan, didn't know what I had at the time with the Black and White games. And is still a stupid character. Goodbye. Number 45. Nier Automata. So, Nier Automata is one of those that I haven't played. I read multiple reviews, watched 2 long-ass, hour-long plus retrospectives, and I have to be honest, I still don't really get it. But to be fair, I think that's kind of the point. For all intents and purposes, this is supposed to be one of those games that you just have to play to get, and I suspect I've demonstrated that expertly. What I understand is that Nier Automata plays with the medium of video games more than most, occasionally swapping genres, hiding bizarre Easter eggs, and encouraging numerous repeat playthroughs to fully grasp its mind-bending story. I can only assume that director Yoko Taro must have discovered footage of a high-ranking Square Enix executive eating a pizza with a knife and fork, because you would surely require some next-level leverage to get such an unapologetically eccentric game greenlit and to get it the budget it surely required. But while I have not played it myself, I find myself thankful that it exists. We need more stuff like this. More often, we need to see creative weirdos being given big budgets to just do what they want. And what do you know? They're pretty good at creating stuff. Nier Automata was an earth-shattering success. Of course, this is also surely owed in part to Platinum Games' stellar combat design, making this potentially bewildering work of fiction actually fun to play through, complete with sprawling weapon variety, stylish combos that may be slightly less advanced than Platinum's other works but still more than serviceable enough, and crucially, the ability to hugely customize your build and overall playthrough with the game's highly praised chip system. But what makes Nier Automata an all-timer is its weirdness, and how unrestrictedly we got to see a creative's vision married to some great gameplay. It's often said that you need to play Nier Automata to get what makes it so great, but I don't think I need to have played it to understand that it probably belongs here. Number 44. Oh, hey Ted, what's up? Super Mario Galaxy 2. We now come to the point in the video where I want to remind you of the 2 per franchise and also 2 per genre/style rule for this list. This means that only 2 3D Mario games could make it on, and I have to pick what I think are the 2 best ones. Realistically, even without this rule imposed, I don't think Mario Odyssey would have quite made it because my feelings against it are probably a bit too strong, and whilst I love Sunshine more than most personally, that doesn't really have the general consensus in its favour. You can probably guess guess which other 3D Mario game is higher up on this list, so this left me having to pick between Mario Galaxies 1 and 2, and which of these games is better is often hotly debated, and I spent quite a lot of time mulling this over. Then I remembered that Mario Galaxy 2 has lubber, and I was like, oh yeah! Flag wavers of Mario Galaxy 1 will generally point to its vibes, its sense of wonder and mysticism, how the Comet Observatory inspires so much awe, how Rosalina's backstory tugs on your feelings. I, however, have not had feelings for some time, and I don't give a shit about that. I want to ride Yoshi and go fast, and that's what Mario Galaxy 2 lets me do. Mario Galaxy 1 has the intangibles, sure, but I think only occasionally does it feel as kinetically fun as the likes of Cloudy Court Galaxy or Clockwork Ruins Galaxy. People will insinuate that it should have been a DLC, and that the green stars are a slog, and on the latter in particular, they may have a point. But, and maybe it's because I only played Mario Galaxy 1 for the first time in 2020 via the 3D All-Stars collection, these emotional beats and vibes that people seem to love so much just didn't really do anything for me. In platformers, I want the juice, and Mario Galaxy 2 is bursting with it, taking the relatively slow and floaty movement of the Galaxy games and churning out something actually pretty satisfying with it through its level design. In particular, Grandmaster Galaxy, a challenge the likes of which Mario is rarely ever willing to offer you, but one that I appreciate so much. I prefer Galaxy 2 because I'm generally a gameplay over vibes guy, and I think that, combined with the fact that the arguments feel so tightly contested, makes me feel justified putting it here, but I understand that based on what you value, your mileage may vary. Number 43. The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds. Maybe my bias is showing a little bit here, because everyone I know, every review I've read and listened to agrees that A Link Between Worlds is fantastic, yet I feel like I hardly ever hear people talk about it, much less rank it highly on lists like this. But I'm here to tell you that it's time we remember what an absolute fucking banger A Link Between Worlds is. One of the best illustrations you'll ever see of how to utilise the technology of the system you're on. Link would have to literally come out of the screen and kill you in real life for this to be a better use of 3D. A Link Between Worlds' merging mechanic is brilliant, and it allows for so many nifty little moments of puzzle solving and progression that could only work on the 3DS, like this hollowed out box in the middle of Turtle Rock that you can merge into to collect rupees. Turtle Rock was probably my favourite dungeon in the game, by the way. I don't know, is that a controversial take? Almost everyone seems to have a different favourite dungeon in A Link Between Worlds because there is not a miss among them. There's like 10 real dungeons in this game, and the quality is just so consistent. They're all brilliant in different ways, and unlike, say, Link's Awakening, none of them feel like they overstay their welcome. I liked Skull Woods, for example, less than most of the others, and yet I still think it's pretty good, and I was out of there before I could get truly sick of it. Then of course there's the item renting system, which allows you to choose any key item to rent at any point in the game, which means you can tackle the dungeons in pretty much any order you want, and gives way more importance to rupees, which have previously largely been pretty frivolous. With the renting mechanic, the linearity of other Zelda games is broken wide open, and you get to make your way through the world at your own pace. It was without a doubt the most wide open and freeform a Zelda world had been up until that point. A Link Between Worlds is a curious little game that feels oft forgotten despite its quality, a pseudo-sequel / spiritual successor to another classic that plays with its tropes and conventions, but also mixes up so much that it feels like a brand new kind of classic. Maybe we should do this kind of thing more. A version of Twilight Princess where Link turns into a bird instead of a wolf. A version of Skyward Sword that doesn't make me want to stick my head in a fucking beehive. I don't know exactly what you'd call A Link Between Worlds, but it's a rare example of Nintendo appealing to your nostalgia without pandering to it or resting on their laurels. Whatever it is, I love it, and I need more of it. Number 42. Stardew Valley. The idea of a dream game is something we talk about quite a lot. Imagine insert franchise here if the devs didn't give up on it, or if a big publisher was willing to greenlight it. Stardew Valley feels like a game that someone dreamt into reality. Anyone who has ever played Harvest Moon, or really any farming sim, a genre I'd argue Stardew Valley now has popularised far more than Harvest Moon ever did, will see what an insane achievement it is. It just does everything you could ever want a game of its kind to do. The sheer amount of mechanics and systems that have been put into Stardew Valley over the years truly makes me feel insane. I find it hard to believe just how much content there is in this game, and the fact that it was all made almost entirely by one guy incites the exact kind of existential crisis in me that I play video games to escape. Thanks for that, dickhead. Eric Baroni, the creator of Stardew Valley, is one of those people who played Harvest Moon once upon a time and saw the potential and dared to ask, what if this was better? Of course, no one answered because he asked it to himself in an empty room, so then he went and made one of the greatest indie games of all time. I just struggle to put into words the extent to which Stardew Valley builds on the premise put forward by Harvest Moon and then utterly exceeds it, and then goes further than that. It just keeps going. Every mechanic you can possibly expect from a farming sim is in this game, and then there's more. There's a volcano in this game now. There's a desert? I didn't get that far. There's marriage and kids and combat, hopefully not in that order. Probably the leading metric on this list is what I said in the intro, how effectively a game executes on its intention. By that metric, I think Stardew Valley could go a lot higher. I actually think it could be top 10. It may never get the credit it truly deserves because its genre doesn't afford it the same prestige as a big RPG or third-person narrative fucking thing, but it really is that good. Even the pixel art in this game is some of the best I've ever seen. It is beautiful. I can't get over that. I can't get over how nice this game looks on top of all the interlocking systems and mechanical finesse. Ask yourself, what more could a farming sim possibly do than Stardew Valley? I think you'll find yourself struggling to come up with an answer. Number 41. Xenoblade Chronicles. Some fun history for you. Xenoblade Chronicles was originally released in Japan and Europe, but not North America, because Nintendo of America didn't want to go through the effort of localizing the game. So, localization efforts were taken over by Nintendo of Europe, and Xenoblade Chronicles became the first ever BRPG. That's British role-playing game. And can I just say, it is so refreshing to hear a JRPG that isn't just voiced by basically the cast of Critical Role. Adam Howden as Shulk is a total revelation here. He brilliantly portrays Shulk's bookishness, whilst also perfectly pulling off all the shouts and exclamations and anime screams, and somehow it's never cringe once, which is more than you can say for some of this game's sequels. Ryan also has a bit of an Essex accent going on. If he'd managed to fumble Sharla in the end, I dare say I feel seen. Due to a fan campaign dubbed Operation Rainfall, Nintendo of America eventually did send Xenoblade Chronicles over to the States, and as such, all the biggest markets in the world, however belatedly, were able to experience one of the most original and inspired JRPGs in a long time. The original Xenoblade Chronicles came out during a downtime for JRPGs, when most had become rote, linear and poorly written, and Xenoblade 1 just flew in the face of all of that. It put emphasis on exploring the game's open world, complete with so many gorgeous, sprawling vistas. The world of Xenoblade, set atop a giant dormant robot that nature has reclaimed, is incredibly novel in and of itself, and the less linear nature and the far more inspired setting made for a game that was, again, a huge breath of fresh air. Xenoblade further challenged JRPG conventions at the time by having a story that wasn't dogshit. Matter of fact, Xenoblade 1's story is fantastic, exploring concepts rarely seen in the genre with deeper, more well-written characters and less forced, embarrassing humour than many of its contemporaries. Xenoblade 1 has a series of twists towards the end that are genuinely nuts, but all make so much sense and ramp up the stakes so much, and it's remarkable that the game still manages to stick the landing after 70 or so hours. Of course, I would be remiss not to mention its soundtrack as well. Surely a top 10 all-timer, an unreal blend of hard rock and classical music that expertly captures the clash between technology and nature present in the game's themes, with the kind of woodwind feels in some of the open world sections that make you want to go live out in the wilderness for 3 years eating nothing but worms and maybe occasionally a lost hiker. Refreshing is a word I've used a lot in describing Xenoblade 1. There was nothing else quite like it at the time. It reminded a lot of people what a JRPG could be, which is simultaneously a huge credit to the game and also a bit sad because again, it is actually a BRPG. Thanks for understanding. Number 40. Shovel Knight. Shovel Knight's main campaign has retroactively been subtitled Shovel of Hope, which feels particularly appropriate because prior to Shovel Knight's release, Kickstarter games sucked. Okay, not all of them. I'm sure someone in the comments will be able to bring up an exception, but by and large, they kinda sucked. And as good as Shovel Knight looked in all its demos and pre-release materials, I don't recall there being a ton of hope. Then it came out, and for what felt like the first time, Kickstarter backers on a video game were well and truly vindicated. Shovel Knight was a masterclass in how to take inspiration from something without just ripping it off. Tons of Mega Man DNA was infused into this charming platformer, from the bosses to the level design, but it also took cues from DuckTales and Zelda 2 and Mario Bros 3, and yet with its medieval inclinations and silly character design, it totally does its own thing. The little touches of medieval culture in this game are often unsung, but great and so amusing. Shovel Knight calls Propeller Knight a gyroscopic jester in this game. It's the little touches that make Shovel Knight so surprising. Being able to bump into bosses in the Mario 3 style overworld, the equipment upgrades you can buy instead of earning from bosses that the levels feel very elegantly designed around, always making them easier but rarely ever breaking them wide open. Ingenious little design touches like being able to break a checkpoint open for extra treasure, but then obviously losing access to that checkpoint. It might not look like a game changer for anyone who hasn't played it, but it's so brilliantly designed in all its little crevices, and it just never really puts a foot wrong. Obviously helped by the fact that it was exactly what Kickstarter games and indie games needed at the time, and that per the success of said Kickstarter, it's had so much content added to it since release, including an additional 3 campaigns where you play as some of the boss characters and have their stories and thus more of the entire world fleshed out. Also, in the Symphony of the Night section, I talked about finding something really interesting about games that released the year you were born. Well, check this out. Shovel Knight released on my birthday. There's an even nicher thing to think about. What was the best game that came out on your birthday? Is it better than Shovel Knight? Probably not. I should clarify, when I say my birthday, I don't mean that I was born in 2014. I mean, if you think I'm making this video at 10 years old, then, well, then maybe it really is slop. I'm moving on. Number 39. Super Mario Bros. 3. If you've ever selected your levels in a platformer on an overworld screen, a bit like Shovel Knight or Super Meat Boy or so many other similar games, that's because of Super Mario Bros. 3. If you've ever done an auto-scrolling section in a platformer, that's because of Super Mario Bros. 3. If you've ever collected a leaf that's turned you into a raccoon who can fly, that's quite weird, but it's also because of Super Mario Bros. 3, the true sequel to the legendary original Super Mario Bros. It is hard to look at that original and then look at this and believe that they came out on the same console barely 3 years apart. Super Mario Bros. 3 was not just a huge leap forward for Mario as a franchise, but for Nintendo as a whole, for 2D platformers, for video games. Perhaps most effectively demonstrated in Super Mario Bros. 3 is the brilliance of Nintendo's invisible game design. Do you ever notice how tropey the environments and theming of platformers can be? You know, you always start out in a nice grassy field or some rolling hills, and then later on there will be a water level, an ice level, a desert, maybe a volcano or something of the like. That's probably because of Super Mario Bros. 3. Because by progressing through environments and theming like this, Nintendo can naturally introduce new gameplay mechanics that gradually slowly ramp up the difficulty whilst also making thematic sense, like they did here with the frog suit, with ice physics and this pissed off sun. This is a kind of thematic cohesion and sensible progression of both gameplay and art that no one was really showing off until Nintendo did it with Super Mario Bros. 3. Fittingly for a character whose design was so clearly based off of Joseph Stalin, Mario Bros. 3 is a revolution on top of a revolution. It takes the already industry-shaping formula of the original Mario Bros. And just makes it bigger and better in every way. So many staples of the Mario franchise started from here. Boos, Dry Bones, the Koopalings, they all originate from Mario Bros. 3, populating levels and worlds bigger and more inviting and with more stuff to discover and explore than people could believe was possible on the NES at the time. Every game in the platformer genre, 3D or 2D, has taken something from Super Mario Bros. 3. More of those things should be P-Speed, owed to my desire to see Crash Bandicoot do a Naruto run, but I digress. If there's a platformer out there you love, you probably love it in some part due to the influence Mario Bros. 3 had on it. Number 38. Grand Theft Auto 3. In 2001, not even hints of neurodivergence or a whiff of behaviours that veered the slightest bit away from heterosexuality scared parents more than Grand Theft Auto 3. A sandbox game all about committing crime had gone 3D and taken over the world, and of course controversy was about to ensue. Quick aside, have you ever played Grand Theft Auto 1 or 2? 'Cause, they're kind of bad. And to be honest, Grand Theft Auto 3 is not that much fun to go back to nowadays either. There's really no reason to go back to this over San Andreas or Vice City or really anything else in the franchise. It doesn't cap off by giving you a plane to blow up a city block or put in a cheat code to make everyone in the world shit themselves or whatever. It doesn't even have that good a story. It's a revenge story with a silent protagonist. But, say it with me, importance is not the only metric, but it is a metric. And GTA 3 is one of the most important games of all time. When GTA went 3D, it showed the whole world the extent to which video games could mimic real, living worlds. It wasn't just important, it was impressive. The whole world saw what was possible with GTA, but not all of them followed suit. GTA 3's open world has about as much colour and personality as Prison Food, and yet it does somehow more successfully immerse you in said world than anything Ubisoft had done in the past 10 years. Its missions were hardly Breath of the Wild, but they did let you improvise to some extent, surely more than most Rockstar games of the past 10 years. Have I put GTA 3 at 38 on this list entirely because it's an impressive transition to 3D? No. That's about 90% of the reason, actually. The other 10% is that it does have at least a bit of that modern GTA juice, and it is always fun to run people over. I think that's a winning combination. It's good enough for me. Number 37. Street Fighter 2. It is not an exaggeration to say that Street Fighter 2 invented fighting games. It simply isn't. Games in which people fought had existed before, sure, but they consisted of two dudes slowly walking back and forth like middle-aged guys dancing at a wedding and then hitting each other once and immediately folding as if they just had their femur bones shattered into a million pieces. Street Fighter 2 is the progenitor of all fighting games that are actually good. Quick aside, have you ever played the original Street Fighter? No, you haven't. Don't lie to me. I've been bullshitting this entire video. I know how to spot a bullshitter. But anyway, it's kind of bad because it's exactly how I just described. Two guys slowly hitting each other once or twice if you're having one of the most exciting matches of all time, and then backing away before they literally die, only to do it all over again. Street Fighter 2 was nearly more of the same, but due to a glitch in the game's programming, developers found that in fringe scenarios you could actually link one attack into another before your opponent could even act. And thus, the combo was born. Yes, every single time you've been bullshitted in a fighting game, that was Street Fighter 2's fault. But also, every time you've played a fighting game, that was Street Fighter 2's fault. Fighting games are only even remotely enjoyable and fun today because of the influence of Street Fighter 2, because of combos. But Street Fighter 2 also basically introduced everything else you could consider to be industry standard. Throw attacks, win quotes, the character select screen. Yes, the character select screen was kinda mind-blowing considering that the original literally only had you playing as Ryu, and most other similar games at the time had never even considered letting you choose a character to play as, much less feature a whole diverse cast of them from all around the world. Americans in particular must have seen this thing in arcades for the first time and been like, what? Other places? Street Fighter 2 dominated arcades at a near unprecedented scale. It inspired so many follow-ups you'd think Drake had called it short, and all these following versions only improved on the unfathomably versatile foundation Street Fighter 2 had laid, as has quite literally every fighting game since. Number 36. Banjo-Kazooie.
When I mentioned in my Donkey Kong Country 2 Diddy's Kong Quest excerpt that Rare in the 90s was simply unbeatable, there is but one other game that truly takes the cake, and that is Banjo-Kazooie. Rare made a big promise with Banjo-Kazooie when it first came out, which is that it would be basically Mario 64, but more. Bigger, better, bear and bird. And it delivered on most of that, especially the latter. The platforming and controls in this game may not be quite as precise as Mario 64's, but the expanded moveset and hub world added a whole level of immersion that absolutely improved on the standard that had been previously set for the system, and for 3D gaming in general. The sequel, Banjo-Tooie, promised to be Banjo-Kazooie, but even more. Though I would say they arguably went a little bit too far with that one, leaving us with a game that is fun to play, but rather bloated. This was par for the course for Rare's maximalist approach to game design during the twilight years of the Nintendo 64. Banjo-Kazooie's more focused and dialed in, yet still big and inviting game world just feels like the better experience of the two titles. It would be an incredible misfortune not to mention the amazing score in this game, which is provided by Grant Kirkhope at his absolute zenith. So many catchy tunes that are still stuck in my head to this day, most notably the theme of the hub world you spend a large portion of your time in, Gruntilda's Lair. I still foolishly hold on to hope that one day we will get another proper sequel to this game, though Microsoft seems keen on continuing to hold it hostage as they meticulously kill off studio after studio that they own. Someone please save this barren bird.
Number 35. Persona 5. For anyone who missed out on teen romance and summoning Satan, Persona 5 is here to fill a void in your life. A game with such disproportionate drip for being about high school students and a talking cat, you can barely process it in time for the genuinely, very possibly greatest video game soundtrack of all time to grace your ears. Persona 5 as a JRPG is very good. It has improved battle mechanics over its predecessors, which leads to much snappier combat, and it has an ocean of content and side stories largely based around one of the more beloved video game casts of the past couple decades, and also the fucking talking cat is there. But I do want to hone in on the unbelievableness of its presentation. I don't get it. I don't get how and why these games look like this and sound like this. Why these games, of any in the world, have so much more style and presentational finesse than just literally anything else. Look at these menus. Look at this UI. Why is it like this? Why does it have so much sauce? I don't know enough about Atlus to say anything definitively, so I can only speculate that they have some kind of test tube system going on with the DNA of Picasso and Jackson Pollock that they use to breed artists and UI designers. And then from Last Surprise to Blooming Villain to Rivers in the Desert to fucking Keeper of Lust, Persona 5, Yeah, I think it probably is just the best video game soundtrack ever. It could sell as a standalone pop rock or jazz fusion album or whatever, and I think it would be a seminal work in whatever genre you had the misfortune of having to try and classify into. The artistic vision behind Persona 5 is truly just one of a kind, and it only enhances some already very good fundamentals in its gameplay and storytelling. Its narrative may not quite hit like Persona 4's in my estimation, but it's also better in every other way, which kinda counts for a lot. And this is not to mention Persona 5 Royal, which just wraps things up with even further improvements, and an extended story which introduces one of the best video game villains players have contended with in a long time. This is video games, baby, where you're surrounded by beautiful people who love you, and you get to hold politicians accountable for their behaviour. Escapism at its finest. Number 34. Silent Hill 2. James Sunderland feels immense shame and sorrow over the actions of his past, and so he heads to the creepy town of Silent Hill under the auspices of a mysterious letter from his supposedly dead wife, only to instead confront the weight of his crimes head-on by exposing himself to the physical manifestations of all of his sadness. Seems weird to me. I'd just make a 4-hour-long YouTube video. Silent Hill 2 has since been held up as the greatest horror game of all time by critics and fans, and while it faces stiff competition from the likes of Dead Space and Alan Wake 2 and even its own predecessor, I'm inclined to agree. Having the game's library of twisted monsters reflect protagonist James's own mental state is a stroke of genius. It tells you so much about the character that no amount of dialogue ever could. Creatures like the bubblehead nurses and the flesh lips are psychosexual in nature, representing James's repressed sexual desires. And then of course there's Pyramid Head, who represents his subconscious fear of getting his fucking head cut off by a hench guy with a giant sword. Getting stalked by Pyramid Head make up some of the most memorable moments in a game already full of them. His theme song so iconic and terrifying, his encounters inciting such claustrophobia. It's the exact kind of thing that makes you think they should make a pachinko machine about this. Pyramid Head yet only serves as a microcosm of the way the game uses its world to enhance its themes and horror. Rusty metal is a constant in Silent Hill, especially as you progress further in and the world and game get progressively more fucked up. It starts appearing in places it shouldn't, spots of natural beauty erased in favour of rusted metal. Everything natural in Silent Hill gets messed up eventually. The artists even designed the monsters with soured flesh being one of their core artistic pillars. Everything in Silent Hill just looks off, unnatural, which is what makes it so scary. Given that Konami leadership would eventually abandon video games and art in general in favour of the gambling industry, perhaps you could even argue Silent Hill 2 as being a little symbolically prophetic, what with the prevalence of gross corrupted technology eventually overpowering everything natural and real. Maybe we should put Konami management in Silent Hill. I can think of one famous game developer who certainly wouldn't be opposed, because you play a game like Silent Hill 2 and you're reminded of what we lost. The profound, life-changing art that used to pour out of their offices, now tragically replaced with a foul, corrupted and barely beating heart. Truly a shame. Horror is often more profound and has more to say than you think, and Silent Hill 2, for over 20 years now, has been speaking loud and clear. Number 33. The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past.
Ah yes, A Link to the Past, the game where Zelda truly became Zelda. This is the third game to be released in the series, and yet so many staples were introduced here. The Master Sword, parallel worlds, the general story template that has been reused over and over and over again. Yeah, it's just that good. This is probably top-down Zelda at its best. The worlds you explore, both of them, are intimately packed with all sorts of nooks and crannies to find secrets in. The dungeons are challenging. Tough, but fair. And the music, oh man, the music is amazing. Just as you would expect from any Zelda game, really. My personal favorite track is this game's rendition of The Lost Woods. It just sets the tone so well for a mysterious, cozy adventure that is still grand in scale. Every time I think about this game, I just wish that Nintendo would give us another brand new top-down Zelda. It's a formula that is perfected here, but it absolutely still works, and would really just do so well in the current gaming market. But instead, I'll always be able to go back and just replay this game again and again to my heart's content. If you're some Zoomer who is too lazy and uncultured to be bothered to try out one of the Zeldas that isn't 3D, go back and play this one. It holds up. And while you're at it, make a 3-hour video essay about how it's a forgotten masterpiece or something, since that's what you all are so keen to do.
Hi everyone, Kevin's conduct here against video essayists was obviously highly unprofessional, and we here at Palette Swap do not condone such savage mockery, especially when directed at some of the internet's best and brightest. I'd like you all to know that for his crimes, Parker, Joe and I sentenced him to 8 hours of doing the dowsing sections in Skyward Sword, and I'm going to put a picture of a dog with a pancake on his head up on screen for a bit to try and get the vibes back on track. I hope this does something for you. See you again in a moment. Number 32. Sonic Mania. Around the time of Sonic's 25th anniversary, Sega let people who weren't the same people who had been making the bad Sonic games of the past 10 years make a Sonic game, and it turned out to be the best one. But the surprises don't end there. That same year, the people who had been making the bad Sonic games of the past 10 years made another Sonic game, and it was bad, which really only improved Sonic Mania's standing in the public perception. Perhaps Sonic Mania is a beneficiary of context. In the mid-2010s, people had practically forgotten what a Sonic game that didn't embarrass you looked like. But it looked like Sonic Mania in all its charming, perfectly pixelated glory. With 8 levels from previous games, some would argue that Sonic Mania focuses a bit too much on the past, but even the levels it brings back it does cool, different things with, like this new outside section in Flying Battery, or the ability to jump into the background of Metallic Madness, Donkey Kong Country Returns style. Even Sonic's moveset got a fresh new innovation with the drop dash, which just adds that extra little bit of freedom of control we never knew we needed. Sonic Mania just has that Midas touch. It brought back Stardust Speedway and made it good. Look at Ray, the flying squirrel from the Enhanced Edition Sonic Mania Plus. He is hideous. He literally looks like your deceptively racist uncle who gets into arguments on Reddit threads at his mid-50s, yet I would kill for him. He is my GOAT. I love Ray the Flying Squirrel. I would die for his right to be ugly and fly. Of course, the real proof of Sonic Mania's towering standards of quality are in the new zones like Studiopolis and Press Garden. I'm not as much of a 2D Sonic head as some others, but Press Garden has to be one of the best 2D Sonic levels ever, right? I mean, look at this thing. Listen to this thing. Play this thing. Sonic Mania is a thing of beauty on every level. It has the best presentation of any Sonic game, it has the most accessibility options and quality of life features, it has the best bonus stages. I said it! It says a lot about Christian Whitehead and the team involved, and frankly about top brass at Sega, that this game was such a smash hit in 2017, and it hasn't been remotely challenged since. Number 31. Yakuza 0.
Yakuza 0 is the perfect starting point for the series in my opinion. It's the game that I started with after all. I looked for the game with the lowest number in the title and said, okay, that's where I'm beginning my Yakuza journey. Oh, and what a journey it was. I've played all of the mainline entries in the series aside from the most recent one, which is to say all the numbered titles in the series, though I guess they've ditched that naming convention now. They don't really make it easy to keep up with these games, do they? Well, again, if you've ever been curious to at least try this series out, you can start right here. Yakuza 0 is one of those games where you can just do whatever the fuck you want and you're gonna have a good time. Whether you progress forward in the main story that is full of batshit crazy plot twist after plot twist, or you want to blow off some steam playing some old games at the arcade, or go help a failing dominatrix learn to be more assertive, it's gonna be some wide variety of entertaining. The setting of late 1980s Japan combined with the dual protagonists make this a memorable and engaging experience. The combat may feel somewhat repetitive at first, but ends up being a lot of fun as you upgrade your fighting abilities and learn new moves and techniques. Kazuma Kiryu is obviously goated as hell and literally me, and Goro Majima is the wild card that is playable for the first time ever in this prequel. Upgrading their abilities by completing sub-stories along the way makes for a gameplay loop that is fun as hell, and one that might even make you laugh, cry, or question humanity altogether.
Number 30. Elden Ring.
I had dipped into Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Sekiro before, but eventually fell off of all of them. I love the world and the mood, and even the combat in each of those games, but they all share the similar problem of seemingly insurmountable roadblocks. You get up to a tough boss fight, and all you can really do is get good. Elden Ring brilliantly allows newbies like me to overcome this issue by letting you fuck off in the other direction. We all remember the first time the Tree Sentinels smacked the life out of us in Limgrave. That moment and the later fight with Margit the Fell Omen seem to be there to teach the player, you are not ready for this. Go find something else among the million other things available to you right now. And there really is always something waiting for you around a different corner. Exploring the lands between is rewarding in and of itself. The game was rightfully praised at the time of release for throwing the standard open world formula out the window. No more climbing towers to unlock a gross mess of nodes on your map, adding more to-do items to your list. Instead, you find yourself marching toward a landmark, not because the game put a marker on it, but because you saw it in the distance, and now you just gotta know what's over there. And there really is always something cool over there, be it a new tunnel or catacomb to explore, new series of enemies and treasures, or a weird NPC rattling off stuff you won't understand unless you're willing to give Vatividia 50 hours of your time.
Number 29. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This is one of the best remakes of all time. Why don't we talk about that more? Final Fantasy VII Remake? Too radical to even be compared to other remakes. Resident Evil 2 Remake? It's clearly good on a technical level, but I didn't enjoy it. This, right here, is nigh on perfect. In lists of the top whatever games of all time, pundits frequently list Pokemon Red and Blue as the sole representative of the series and then leave it at that. I can only assume that this is because they haven't played any Pokemon games nor done any research, because anyone will tell you that Pokemon Red and Blue, while important, kinda suck, and that Gold and Silver, whilst flawed, are significantly better. Heart Gold and Soul Silver take basically all of those flaws and remedy them. Johto Pokemon that previously inexplicably couldn't be caught until after the Elite Four, like Murkrow and Mischievous, are now available way earlier through the awesome new Safari Zone in Xianwood, which brings with it this really great whole new section of the map, by the way. This is a big deal for me. Murkrow is kinda my favourite Pokemon. And then there's the way the first Pokemon in your party follows behind you on the overworld, enabling you to interact with them, which is so charming and helps you get so much more attached to your party than ever before. How they haven't done this in every Pokemon game since completely befuddles me. All the modern sensibilities from Pokemon's 4th generation, like abilities and natures and the physical special split, makes the core battling and training a much deeper experience. And Heart Gold, Soul Silver take the already huge post-game of Gen 2 and flesh it out even more with gym leader rematches out the wazoo. God, I love the wazoo. Perhaps the only issue with the original Gold and Silver games that Heart Gold and Soul Silver don't fix is the level balancing. Because the game's map is so beautifully open and non-linear, levels of wild Pokemon and trainers even late in the game have to be comparatively low to accommodate for players who might have found themselves there earlier than most. 7th gym leader in the game, Price's Ace, is a level 34 Piloswine. Holy shit, you're like 90! Get out there and grind, pussy! Yeah, maybe they could have done something about this, but I let them off for everything else they get right here as a remake, which is everything. That remix of National Park still risks moving me to tears well over a decade later, and as we've established earlier, I am now at a point where I experience emotions maybe once per decade. Black and White 2 may cinch it in terms of content, but Heart Gold and Soul Silver are the only games that run it close, and nothing Game Freak have done since have matched the sheer levels of nostalgic bliss that come from these games. Nostalgia done right. I wanted to do a commemorative video on these games should the Fudge channel hit 75,000 subs, a subscriber special of some kind. But, and I say this without a hint of desperation or looking for sympathy, I've recognised since that that's probably not going to happen, and that's okay. I just had to go a little long here to express my love for these games because I don't know when I'll get the chance again. Some of the only memories I have of having a good relationship with my brother are of us playing Pokemon Gold and Silver on our Game Boy Colors out in the garden growing up. He just changed as a person a few years after these memories and it's not been the same since, not even close. So I spent a lot of the rest of my childhood pretty alone. Honestly, I wish I could expound on this story more, but there really isn't much to tell. It's like one day, just like that, everything changed. I went out into the garden ready to play and he wasn't there, and when I went inside to find him, not only did he not want to play anymore, it seemed like he just kind of decided that he actually didn't like me. I would have been about 8, he would have been about 11. Maybe he'd just grown up and moved on and didn't want to be saddled with his little brother anymore, but it felt more spiteful than that, and frankly it has ever since. These games are very nostalgically important to me, perhaps the most nostalgically important games to me ever, outside of maybe Spyro, and I sit here retroactively thankful that Game Freak didn't fuck it up, and that I still get to remember them fondly. These games conjure up nice memories of him from when we were friends, so yeah, there's my allotted 2 minutes of vulnerability time for this video. These games just mean a lot to me, and they get me all off of my feelings a little bit. Even unbiasedly, I genuinely do believe they belong here, and I suspect most who have played them will agree. Pokemon on the DS. Take me back. Number 28. God of War 2018.
2018's God of War is branded as a reboot, but it's much more than that. It's a full-blown successor to the original trilogy. It uses the medium of video games to dive into the character of Kratos and make him really reflect on his past. In comparison to Ragnarok's large-scale, flashy story, the 2018 title is much less bombastic. Instead of stopping a god on the hunt for infinite knowledge, your impetus for this adventure is just to spread the ashes of Kratos' wife. There's large-scale moments, sure. The World Serpent emerging was one of the coolest moments I'd seen in a game at the time. But the story stays close to Kratos and the people around him. Knowing the character of Kratos lets all of these little things become an even more compelling mystery. I mean, this guy settled down with a wife? The guy with the sex minigames? This game is just the best use of a reboot. As I mentioned in our section on Ragnarok, this game is the first in the franchise I'd played. There's definitely scenes that don't hit as hard because of it. The scene with the Blades of Chaos probably hits a lot harder if you have any idea what the hell the Blades of Chaos even are. Regardless, there's still a lot to enjoy as a first-time player. There are plenty of things here that I don't like. There's incredibly little variance in enemy types. It feels like nearly every enemy encounter is some sort of Draugr. It's one of the games responsible for this trend of every PlayStation exclusive being a third-person action game that's very cutscene heavy. Despite that though, it's one of the best explorations of a video game character to date, and still one of my all-time favorites.
Number 27. Tetris. Confession time. I have never played Tetris. Yes, seriously. No version, not even once. Why is this? I don't know. I've never broken a bone or been to another country either. I come from a working class family with rather little opportunities afforded to us, though I of course did surround myself with video games as much as possible growing up. Perhaps, I can only speculate, having been born in the dying days of so much hysteria around so many diseases, my body was instinctively protecting me from epidemics by never guiding my eye towards Tetris. Because, make no mistake, that's exactly what Tetris was. Forged in the icy winds of Soviet Russia, this thing worked its way from computer labs to psychological institutes. It addicted people who studied addiction, as those zombifying people who had long drained every drop of blood from their body. It's Tetris. What do you want me to say? So fundamentally engrossing was Tetris, so deliciously tickling for the brain was it that the very foundations of communist Russia itself could not contain it. The world had to have it. The sheer sensation of filling in a row with tiles spawned from various shaped blocks and watching that row disappear compelled Tetris across the Iron Curtain into the West and then into the rest of the world. There may never be a gamier game, a small subset of rules and on-screen visuals that make more instinctive sense to human beings than Tetris. There are simpler games out there like Pong and arguably even Space Invaders that persist in the mind, but still do not hold us captive via its base components like Tetris did and still does. I do not think you could make as many versions of Space Invaders and still enjoy it the way you do Tetris. I also do not think a video game will ever have a more fascinating origin and distribution story than Tetris. I urge you to look up how Tetris came to the West. Seriously, it's insane. And frankly, a tale so dramatic is only fitting for the most pure, most crystalline video game ever conceived. Tetris makes monkeys of us all, and yet somehow it's always had more than enough potassium to go around. That was pretty clunky, wasn't it? Alright, look, I'm 70 entries deep. Yeah, some of them are going to be clunky. Let's get out of here. 26. 26, please? 26. Number 26. Portal 2.
The Portal games feel like one of those objective boxes you have to check when you're making a top 100 games list. But I'll spoil something on the list for you. The original Portal does not show up. Because, like Spider-Man 2 and Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3 earlier on the list, Portal 2 is so good, it rendered the first game obsolete. This doesn't mean the first game isn't great. It's still one of the most clever games out there and a lot of fun to play. But man, Portal 2 just blows it out of the water. It's a longer experience, which isn't always a compliment, but with a game as compact as the first Portal, it was a welcome surprise to have more puzzles to solve. And there's so many new mechanics that add a lot of fun. New elements like the gels pair so well with the core use of portals and open up a lot of traversal options and clever puzzles. Not to mention, the already sharp dialogue in the first game just gets even better. I'll even make a very bold claim here. Portal 2 might be the funniest game of all time. Granted, there aren't many contenders for the title, but Portal 2 just really runs away with it. In addition to keeping around the classic antagonist GLaDOS, the game also introduces other fantastic ensemble members. These include the AI Wheatley and Aperture Science founder Cave Johnson, voiced by the inimitable J.K. Simmons in one of his best roles. Listen to this rant, arguably some of the best dialogue the game has to offer.
Alright, I've been thinking. When life gives you lemons, don't make lemonade. Make life take the lemons back. Get mad! I don't want your damn lemons! What am I supposed to do with these?
Take the lemons.
Demand to see life's manager. Make life rue the day it thought it could give Cave Johnson lemons. Do you know who I am? I'm the man who's gonna burn your house down with the lemon.
Oh, I like this guy.
I'm gonna get my engineers to invent a combustible lemon that burns your house down.
Burn his house down. Burning people. He says what we're all thinking.
And really, that's just half the game. Portal 2 also has one of the best co-op experiences in any video game. The two-player mode here legitimately could have stood alone as its own game, but instead it's just package it in. If you have someone in your life you love playing Overcooked with, and you get tired of your living room feeling like an episode of The Bear, go play Portal 2 for a night or two. I can't promise there will be less frustration, but at least there isn't a timer on this one.
Number 25. Fallout New Vegas. Full disclosure here, Fallout New Vegas is my personal favourite game of all time. You might hear that and think, that's why it's so high up on this list, and maybe, certainly to an extent, it is. Perhaps I was unable to tune my bias out here. I just can't help it. That 25% of my brain is feeling mighty powerful right now, and it can't be denied. Perhaps you're especially surprised to see it here if you're one of those people who has perused these other greatest of all time lists and scoured the rankings on Metacritic, etc. before watching this video, because quite frequently these lists and rankings put the likes of Fallout 3 and even in some cases Fallout 4 above New Vegas. This is because gamers cannot be trusted. Make no bones about it, this game is flawed, and flawed in ways that are very obvious and immediate. It's janky and glitchy as all hell, and it wasn't particularly pretty even for 2010. If you set an RPG inside a giant tub of chocolate ice cream, it would look like Fallout New Vegas. Something else you need to make no bones about is that Fallout New Vegas was made in about 18 months, and that even whilst under such a ridiculous time crunch, Obsidian produced something that, in my opinion, far outclasses anything Bethesda have ever done. Mechanically and fictionally. It doesn't get talked about enough, but New Vegas introduced iron sights. You know, the ability to actually aim down your gun, all the while doing away with my much maligned percent-based skill checks in favour of much cleaner dialogue systems that give you unique dialogue options even if you don't meet the requirements to pass the skill check. Often these dialogue options being really funny or interesting, and in this way New Vegas makes even failure fun. And the perks are dramatically more interesting too. This game actually does stuff with the cannibal perk. If you pick the cannibal perk and eat Caesar, Mr. House, President Kimball and the King, 4 of the game's most powerful characters, you get an extra hidden perk that buffs you dramatically for 60 seconds every time you eat someone else. Yes, New Vegas lets you effectively roleplay a cannibal. And it's the best written game I've ever played. There are other games I hold up there in high regard, Lisa the Painful, Disco Elysium, funny enough, Pentiment, also headed up by Josh Sawyer, who was a big driving force in this game, but I still think this is the best world building and moment-to-moment dialogue I've heard in a game. You're hearing about people and events all across the game's world hours before they become relevant in your journey, which builds this sense of anticipation. I remember being so mystified by the very concept of Mr. House before I ever set foot before him. I remember being physically repulsed by some of the things the Legion talked about doing to their slaves. I would pay good money for new lines of dialogue to be added for certain characters in this game just so I could keep talking to them. Yes, I need to touch grass, but there's a quest in New Vegas where you get fisted by a robot, so can you blame me? It's ugly as sin and falling apart at the seams. But aren't we all? Well, I'm not, but aren't you all? Yes. So stop being so shallow and just agree with me. Fallout New Vegas is the fucking best. Number 24. Doom. John Carmack, the lead programmer of Doom, has done actual rocket science. More than that, he said rocket science is easy compared to programming. This should give you an idea of the pedigree of Doom, and it should illustrate what made it such a world-changing moment in video games, because only these two guys, only legitimate technical genius John Carmack and prodigious level designer John Romero, could have made this game like this at this time. Sure, Doom is remarkable for being part of the genesis of first-person shooters as they exist today. Sure, its opening level explains its rules and mechanics to you with silent brilliance truly comparable to the first level of Super Mario Bros. But perhaps what stands out to me most about Doom is that it's still just fun to play today. Look at the modern interpretations of the series. As much as I love Doom 2016 and have played Doom Eternal, fundamentally they hardly change much. And how could they? What is there really to improve on? A grappling hook? Sure, okay, but a grappling hook is cheating, alright? If you're a game designer and you put a grappling hook in your game, we know what you're up to. We see you taking the easy way out. You boot up the original Doom, any of its many good versions anyway, and it is instantly kinetically fun. Doom Guy moves fast. There's this constant downpour of enemy variety to keep things fresh, and the level design never rests on its laurels, ranging from straightforward action combat maps to more explorative labyrinthine mazes that will also still let you blast a dude's head wide open. Shooters have gotten stuck in this mire in the decades since, where they need to be realistic and have you utilize cover and probably suck off the American military along the way somehow, but Doom will forever stand as a reminder that video games should do two things. They should be fun, and they should piss off old white people. And so to you, Doom, I say, mission accomplished. Number 23. Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. Everyone is nostalgic for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. You, watching this, who haven't even played Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, you are nostalgic for Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. This is because you are going insane. In a nutshell, GTA San Andreas is the crazy one. It's the one that takes the foundation laid by GTA 3 and just goes buck wild with it. This is the one that gives you the planes and the dune buggies and lets you jump off skyscrapers, and the crazy shit was hardly restricted to the open world or the litany of cheats that players are so nostalgic about. Oh no! The game's main story missions, which are significantly more varied and enjoyable than previous games, also fork over some pretty insane stuff. Case in point, the main story mission where you break into Area 51 and get a jetpack. There may be one or two more perfect games in the early 2000s than San Andreas, but I'd struggle to find one more impressive. The ambition that drove this game, the scope it achieves in 2004 is really something to behold. Everything you've liked about GTA before, it does, and then pushes the boat out even further, then blows that shit up with a rocket launcher. San Andreas even incorporates light RPG mechanics. Your character's body changes according to how you eat and if you work out. You get better at skills like driving the more you do them, and the attention to detail in the world is so insane, with so many different biomes and cities, all with different radio stations and vehicles and people, and it's hard to believe how they achieved all this. Unfortunately, realistically, probably through crunch. San Andreas' story, whilst often funny and pretty goofy, also has some real dramatic chops. CJ isn't just some gangster out there doing silly slapstick missions, he's haunted by his past. The trauma of losing his mother and being unable to follow the damn train. I dare say San Andreas, in a completely non-juvenile way, is the most edgy GTA game. Only perhaps challenged by GTA 4, I'd say it has the most to say. It has references to gang violence and police corruption, and a lot of reflection on real-life events, society and politics. GTA San Andreas is timeless. It makes some worthwhile points and is an unadulterated good time. You can't really ask for more than that. Number 22. Super Mario World.
Super Mario World was released in North America in 1991 and has the honor of being my very first video game, which my uncle got me for my 4th birthday along with a Super Nintendo, establishing it as the greatest video game of all time, or at least the greatest Mario game. Yes, that's how his name is pronounced. I've obviously got a lot of nostalgia for this masterpiece, but I really do think it hits different from any other 2D Mario game, and that's particularly because of its overworld and secrets. Super Mario World isn't the first to have an overworld map, but Super Mario Bros. 3 really feels more like a proof of concept for what's to come. Each screen in Super Mario World is memorable with its paths and secret exits, finding the colored switches and the hidden Star Road where you can find the multicolored Yoshis. Future games from the new Super Mario Bros. Series and forward have overworlds too, but each part of them just kind of blends together and ends up feeling super unmemorable to me. Is that because I played them when I was much older and much less obsessively as I did Super Mario World, when I had nothing else to play or compare it to? No, don't be dumb. Super Mario World was just better at it. Also, this game introduced us to Yoshi and the best boy Chargin' Chuck.
It's definitely not Mario. We can agree on that, right? I'm British. If anyone's gonna call him Mario, it's me, and I ain't doing that shit. That's asinine. Number 21. BioShock. BioShock introduced players to many concepts they'd never encountered before. Audio logs, dystopian fiction, Irish people. BioShock is the thinking man's shooter, or as a believer in inclusivity, the worldly woman's whiz-banger. Hell, for my non-binary pals out there, we'll consider it a sort of playground for ponderous people's propulsions. Like Half-Life before it, BioShock sought to do away with a lot of the cliches of first-person shooters of the time, and also, like Half-Life before it, it made said intention loud and clear from the very start with one of the more iconic openings in video game history, in which players are quite literally immersed in the underwater world of Rapture, a surefire sign of things to come. Pro tip, if you want to make a game immersive, set it underwater. Critics can't possibly argue that it's not immersive. You're immersed. What unfolds is a genre-defying exercise in blending narrative and gameplay. The aforementioned audio logs were pretty much revolutionary at the time. Seldom before had games conveyed their narratives through audio recordings you could just listen to whilst running around and continuing to play, and seldom since has there been a mechanic that games of all genres have thoughtlessly ripped off. BioShock's semi-open world design and immersive sim inspirations make it incredibly replayable, with plasmids, tonics and weapon upgrades opening up the potential of different builds on repeat playthroughs, and enemy AI offering the player so many opportunities to stunt on these hoes. It is profound, deep and shocking, with one of the more iconic plot twists towards the end that gamers would be hit with for a long time. For many, almost nothing has matched the highs of BioShock since. Number 20. Hollow Knight. Surely the apex of the indie game's Metroidvania craze, Hollow Knight came out of nowhere. In fact, most people didn't even realise it was there at the time. Hollow Knight released in 2017, which is maybe the craziest year in video games ever? It's that of the year Google Stadia came out. Whew! But it was to the point that Hollow Knight went overlooked for most of 2017. I don't feel like you ever really heard about it until at least 2018. And then people realised that they had missed out on yet another 2017 masterpiece. Simultaneously minimalist and maximalist, Hollow Knight has the downtrodden vibes and subtle lore of a Souls game with the sheer overload of content of the newest season of Fortnite, another game it clearly takes a lot of inspiration from. Players' wanderlust had not been satiated like it was by Hollow Knight for a long time. So easy, fun even, was it to get lost in this sprawling, scuttling world. With the same progression of upgrades, bosses and exploration of all the best in the genre, Hollow Knight also mixed in largely superior combat and a more inspired setting. The Kingdom of Hallownest, so huge and colourful, yet so mysterious, beckoning players to just trek through one more tunnel, to traverse just a few more screens, begging players to explore its holes. God, I wish that were me. Very few games have touched the lofty heights of the genre's pioneers, but Hollow Knight is a diamond that truly challenges everything that inspired it. They should make a sequel. Number 19. Super Smash Bros. Melee. At the same time, one of the finest sequels ever and one of the greatest fighting games ever, though admittedly the latter is mostly an accident. Super Smash Bros. Melee is everything you could want out of a follow-up to the original Super Smash Bros. It looks better, it feels better, it has more stuff. It has Mr. Game & Watch for some reason. It has Pokey Floats. It has Big Blue. I have endless fond memories of playing Melee as a kid, working my way through the events mode, bumping into Falco in adventure mode. As a sequel, Melee is great, but how it's endured since is what lands it here. It still draws thousands of entrants at tournaments in the US. Only Capcom's very best still incite that kind of rabid fandom. To explain how and why Melee is such a good competitive fighting game would require too much time and possibly a degree in physics, so I'll just say that its movement, its technical execution and skill ceiling and potential for style are light years beyond anything else in the series, and every platform fighter that's come and tried to rustle up a competitive fan base since has had to sit under the learning tree that is Melee. It's another one of those games that just completely destroys Nintendo's notion that a high skill ceiling somehow harms the experience for casuals. I loved this game growing up as a kid, as a casual. The ability to wave dash never infringed on that once. Even now, 20 plus years in, Melee is still making history. Just a couple short years ago at time of recording at the Big House 10, ARMSA won a major Melee tournament over multiple top 10 players in the world with solo Yoshi, a character whom had been believed low tier for much of the game's lifespan. To this day, he's the only player ranked in the top 100 to play Yoshi. Miracles do happen. Melee, a game made by Nintendo, is one of the greatest competitive games ever made, and thus Melee is proof of that. Number 18. Half-Life 2. With the advent of both the Source engine and the Havok physics engine, Valve were able to make a massive technical leap from Half-Life 1 to Half-Life 2, and they flexed these advances in multiple ways, but most sexily with the gravity gun, one of the most straight-up fun weapons ever put in a video game. So rightfully desperate were they to show off these swanky new state-of-the-art physics that lots of the level's combat and design were built around flinging shit around with the gravity gun, which in typical Valve fashion added a layer of depth to what could be otherwise fairly standard first-person shooter levels. I used to find Half-Life 2 boring, and while I admit I am still not exactly chairman of its fan club, as I've grown older, I've slowly begun to understand what so many people are going on about. Its minimalistic UI gives way to environments and architecture that seem bland to the untrained eye, but given that the setting is based on Eastern Europe in the fallout of a catastrophic alien invasion, I, a now sophisticated gamer, will concede that it is in fact effective. Atmosphere is king in Half-Life, and so many intelligent design decisions come together to give Half-Life 2 perhaps the most eerie atmosphere of any game ever, most effectively established in the game's many iconic levels like this one where you travel through Essex, England. The power and versatility of the Source engine allows Valve to push the boundaries of storytelling and world building in video games yet again, with far more interesting and defined characters than the original Half-Life, and models and facial animations that were years ahead of their time. Considering that the Source engine has since been used to make Portal, Left 4 Dead, CSGO, and even more recently the previously mentioned Titanfall 2, it's fair to say devs have gotten their mileage out of it. And yet, here in 2004, with all of the mind-blowing magic tricks they pulled, it felt like Valve were already taking it to its absolute limits with Half-Life 2. Number 17. Super Metroid.
Super Metroid is a game that is so great that people are excited to get new entries in the series, even knowing that they couldn't ever possibly be as good. Just to say, hey, well, it came pretty close, though. It's the third entry in the series, and, if you can believe it, it's the first one to have a fucking map. Yes, that essential trope to the Metroidvania, or search action genre, which requires tons of backtracking and exploration, didn't have a fucking map before this. Anywho, by being the first to include a method in which to see where the fuck you were going and where you've already been, it revolutionized an entire genre and arguably became the unbeatable top contender. The sense of progression in this game makes you feel powerful like no other. When you first arrive on planet Zebes, You are stripped of all of your abilities. But the further you progress, the more abilities you unlock, the more areas you discover, and the stronger you become. You start off as weak as a poor, defenseless little puppy, but eventually you become as unstoppable as a pit bull terrier, ready to maul the nearest toddler or space pirate in your way. There have been many games released in the Metroidvania genre since Super Metroid, so if you're a fan and haven't gone back to play this stone cold classic, you absolutely owe it to yourself to do so.
Number 16. Undertale. I went into Undertale spoiled on almost everything. I knew that there were 3 routes, I knew that Asgore wasn't actually evil, and I knew that the genocide route ended with a fight with Sans, and yet it still blew me away. Undertale makes me envious. It makes me quite frustrated that I, as someone who considers themselves a creative, have not made anything on this level yet. It is so raw and emotional and original, all whilst having the same kind of pixel art style you're used to having seen from 1,000 other indie games at this point. Undertale is constantly defying RPG tropes and conventions, the crux of its concept being about the consequences of your actions, urging you to actually think about how many nameless people and creatures you kill in video games. I'll tell you who wouldn't love this game: Nathan Drake. Boy, they would have him on a fucking cross down here. So I urge you, if you're a skeptic or one of those people who likes to hate things on sheer principle of their popularity, not to underestimate Undertale. Yes, it may have a simple art style, and yes, it may be the last piece of media to have ever been truly championed by Tumblr in its heyday, but that simple art style belies some serious meditations on themes that video games haven't tackled before. And many of the most beautiful women I've ever met were frequent Tumblr users. God, how I miss them. I hope they're doing okay. Undertale packs more of a punch than its first appearance would ever suggest. No one under the age of 30 actually knew what bullet hell gameplay was until Undertale ingeniously blended it in with its RPG battle systems. You didn't. Don't lie to me. You hadn't seen the Toho clips. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing Toho right. That's how relevant bullet hell was. And certainly no one was prepared for this quirky little indie game to have one of the only video game soundtracks for my money that can go blow for blow with the likes of Persona 5 and Peak Sonic. For a relatively small scale thing, Undertale does a lot. And if you're willing to open yourself up to it, it should have you thinking a lot. I should get back on Tumblr. Number 15. Baldur's Gate 3. As of recording, it's only been a few months since my big video on Baldur's Gate 3 on this very channel, so if you're interested in some extended and very stupid thoughts, I'd go check that out. Because of that, I'm not going to spend too long on this. I'm just going to remind you that Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the most awarded games of all time. It is so far the only game in history to win every major Game of the Year award, and it did so in yet another one of the most insanely stacked years in video game history. I have previously posited that there is a YouTube video for every opinion in the world. Yet, it is very hard to find anyone genuinely, unironically trying to make an argument that Baldur's Gate 3 is a bad or even disappointing game. If at any point you happen to find one, tell the person who made it to get a job. Sometimes it's just nice to like things and agree that they're good and not have some dude in your ear 6 months later telling you how it's actually mid just because he needs an attention-grabbing opinion to monetize. Baldur's Gate 3 is a translation of Dungeons & Dragons to video game form with scope and elegance yet unseen in video games. So huge in scope, yet never sacrificing depth. So replayable. I cannot remember the last time I replayed a game almost immediately after finishing it, and yet Baldur's Gate 3, an 80-hour or so experience, beckoned me to do just that. If you still haven't played it yet, don't be intimidated. Jump in and just learn at your own pace and enjoy the unbelievable ride it's going to take you on. I think it's the game of the 2020s so far, and it's not particularly close. Number 14. Halo Combat Evolved.
We talked about Halo 3 already, but let's rewind to where it all began. Halo single-handedly made Microsoft and their new console, the Xbox, a serious contender in the space. It was the quintessential system seller, bringing multiplayer FPSs, a genre primarily found on PC to be played with mouse and keyboard, onto home consoles with robust, controller-centric controls. What about GoldenEye, you may ask? Well, like I said, robust controls. Halo wasn't the first to do the dual analog stick setup for movement and aiming. Alien Resurrection on the original PlayStation was famously reviewed poorly for these awkward controls, which would soon become the standard for the next 2 decades and beyond. However, Halo was many a gamer's first exposure to this control scheme, along with the color cyan, and played a key part in it becoming the industry default. The setting of Halo being a celestial object that turns back around on itself would make for a cool set piece in any sci-fi story, but it's especially ingenious for one that takes place in the form of a first-person shooter. There was absolutely nothing more awe-inspiring at the time than looking up to see the other side of the Halo ring above you stretching down into the horizon. Halo's story is simple but effective, with the horror elements involving the Flood holding up strikingly well. We were also, of course, introduced to the stoic but cool as hell Master Chief, who would go on to become Xbox's unofficial mascot and one of gaming's most recognizable heroes. So that just about covers 3 and 1. If you're holding out for your favorite Halo to make the list, I've got some unfortunate news for you.
Number 13. The Last of Us.
I am a staunch Part 2 defender, and if it were up to me, I'd be discussing that game. But that didn't make it anywhere on this list, so let's talk about the first one. I personally skipped out on the PS3 and PS4, so I didn't get my hands on this post-apocalyptic trek across a barren America until its third release in the form of The Last of Us Part 1 for PlayStation 5. I was hooked immediately, beating it over a weekend, then dove directly into Part 2. While some aspects of the narrative may be flawed, particularly in the third act, the game effectively expands on the existing story, raising the stakes and placing the player in the same emotional headspace as our new main protagonist. Combat is more fluid, broadening the... I'm talking about Part 2. I don't know, what is there really to say about Part 1? It sticks the landing on telling a simple yet emotionally rich story of 2 strangers growing to appreciate each other in the face of overwhelming odds. Each chapter plays out episodically like a TV show, which is why HBO was able to adapt it as successfully as they did. Gameplay-wise, it's an effective shooter, but playing it in 2024, be it the original, remastered, or the remake, you'll be pretty quickly reminded it first launched for the PS3. Far too many puzzles come down to just moving a ladder, or pushing your companion who can't swim across a stretch of water atop a pallet. But it's impossible to ignore the impact The Last of Us has made on the medium at large. It's not the first game to ever tell a serious story, but Joel and Ellie's tale proved that the interactive medium can be taken as seriously as film, TV, and even books. Without The Last of Us, we don't get Red Dead Redemption 2, God of War 2018, or the even better The Last of Us Part 2.
Number 12. Chrono Trigger.
There was a fair bit of JRPG slander at the top of this video, which I just want to say I do not abide by.
I don't remember this.
I am a JRPG and anime apologist, and while I don't stand by every example of those things, there are plenty of absolute gems in that large, very questionable pile, offering a sense of entertainment like absolutely nothing else. When people say to me, I'm not really a JRPG person, I corner them at the party and say, well, have you heard about Chrono Trigger? Let me share with you the good word. I feel like Chrono Trigger is one of the more accessible JRPGs, without being too simple or having too many complex systems and crafting mechanics. It's made by the absolute best in the business at the height of their abilities. This Dream Team, as they are commonly known by, consists of Final Fantasy creator Hironobu Sakaguchi, Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii, and the late, great, legendary creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama. With a roster like that, you're pretty much poised for success from the get-go. Speaking of rosters, this game has my favorite RPG party out of any game ever. The story sees our team cross through multiple eras in history in the same fictional world, recruiting new members along the way. Isla, Robo, Frog, and so on just offer so much thematic variety and are a lot of fun to see interact. The game's implementation of triple attacks will make you want to switch out your characters in battle as much as possible, just to utilize all the combinations, letting no one party member sit on the sidelines for too long. The art style has aged tremendously well in my opinion, though I still wouldn't complain if Square wants to shine this game up a little more with the HD 2D treatment a la Live Alive and Star Ocean. So if you've ever been JRPG curious, check out Chrono Trigger. You'll probably thank me later.
Number 11. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. The Witcher 3 is big. How big? Well, I couldn't fit it in my arsehole. And when a game balloons up to this size, usually it really suffers in some areas. And yet, some middling combat aside, Witcher 3's ambition never really weighs it down. It is an astonishing, mammoth piece of work that is fictionally interesting and visually marvellous the whole way through. It has a cascade of the best quests, side or main story ever in a Western RPG. It's maybe the only thing I can think of that rivals Fallout New Vegas in that regard. The Bloody Baron, Ladies of the Wood, you've heard of them. This is a game written by writers, based on a book written by a writer. That's what writers do. It'd be very weird if they didn't do that. And the pedigree is on full display with the depth of the decisions you have to make in The Witcher 3. And I say have to because this game doesn't let you cop out and make everyone happy. It's one of the things I love the most about Witcher 3. It makes you make tough decisions and face the consequences. Some think its story goes a little long, and maybe it does, but it says a lot that its characters and dialogue never cease to be interesting to me the whole way through, and its world building is consistently captivating. I played this game for the first time in 2020 and was stunned by it then. It's hard to believe that it was 5 years old at the time. 2015 is kind of old now in video games. This thing in 2015 must have been like watching Jesus rise from his tomb, or Joey Chestnut eat 10 pints of ice cream in under 15 minutes. Truly miraculous. I am not a graphics guy, but look at the land of Toussaint in The Witcher 3's incredible DLC, Blood and Wine. I'm still not over this. I didn't know my eyes could process images in such high quality, much less computers. I am a writing guy, and I still think about its other incredible DLC, Hearts of Stone, which introduces maybe my favourite video game character ever. Certainly my favourite antagonist ever, if you can even call them that. But I find myself thinking about the main game too, because The Witcher 3 is just an unforgettable experience. A great story in a beautiful world. It does so much right that I even let it off for that one extremely impactful and misleading dialogue option.
Sorry, can't let that happen.
No, my leg!
It's okay, Witcher 3. I forgive you. And just like that, here we are at the top 10. It's only been, what, 4 hours and 1 weekend at a mental hospital? Let's do it! A thank you to my palette swap cohorts for chipping in on this video. I said earlier that I'd put a lot of myself into this video, and that's obviously true, but there's a lot of them in here too. But from here on out, it's all me, baby. No more American jump scares. If you happen to want to follow me, by the way, then, here I am. Just wanted to get that in right at the end. Let's finish this thing. Get your predictions in the comments before we start. Think about what's missing. Get extremely mad if it doesn't show up. Here's the top 10, according to mostly you and slightly me. Number 10. Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. Where previous Metal Gear Solid games were these big bombastic send-ups of spy flicks and James Bond movies, MGS3 feels notably muted, meticulous by comparison. Don't get me wrong, the Bond DNA is most definitely still there. Have you heard that theme song? Have you looked at this aggressive sexualization? But Metal Gear Solid 3 is perhaps the most successful translation of Metal Gear Solid's stealth premise. A slew of mechanics, design decisions, enemy AI and player options coalesce to make Metal Gear Solid 3 one of the most deliberate and satisfying stealth games committed to a disc. In a lot of ways, it's slow, and it won't be for everyone. It will require patience, but that patience will be rewarded with what is likely the series' best story. Where MGS2 is more about its core themes and messaging, more cerebral, MGS3's story is emotional. Naked Snake forced to fight his mentor and idol when both are forced onto opposite sides of the Cold War. MGS3 is a prequel that takes the story so far in MGS and sometimes confirms, but often challenges your preconceived notions, filling in holes in the most satisfying ways. God, I wish that were me. The final battle with the boss and the ending scene make up one of the more dramatic and perfectly executed endings in a video game. And yet, that incredible final boss might not even be the best boss in the game because the end exists. A tense sniper duel that can make up one of the longest uninterrupted segments of gameplay in the game in some cases. This boss is tense and just so sick, and it's one of the few that comes to mind immediately as probably just even cooler than Arkham City Mr. Freeze. What's more, if you take too long to kill him or set your clock far enough forward, dude dies of old age. You can even kill him way earlier in the game and just skip the boss battle entirely. These are exactly the kind of creative Kojima touches that make his games so special. The Sorrow is another example of this. A boss battle in a video game just completely unlike anything else you've seen in a game until now, presenting you with the ghosts of everyone you've killed throughout. It's so different, so fresh, so memorable, with a far better cutscene to gameplay ratio, even more jaw-dropping subversions of expectations than you're used to from Metal Gear Solid, and the most rock-solid and touching story of the series. MGS3, in my estimation, is surely Kojima's masterpiece. Number 9. Final Fantasy VII. Final Fantasy VII could have been a story about a guy going to the shop to get some dog food, and it still would have been one of the most memorable games of all time, because Japanese devs and publishers had been trying again and again and again to get JRPGs to catch on in the West. And as it turns out, all you had to do was give one the most insane marketing and production value seen throughout all of the 1990s. TV ads on prime time, FMV cutscenes, and those oh so nostalgic pre-rendered backgrounds that might not exactly look slick today, but I don't know, man, there's something so charming about them, isn't there? I don't know what it is, but there's just something about them that makes them still so fun to look at and just indulge in, and FF7 has to have some of the best ever. Final Fantasy VII is the game, more than any other, that popularised JRPGs in the West, so much so that after its release, sales of previous Final Fantasy games as well as Chrono Trigger improved. And sure, it had all the smoke and mirrors and state-of-the-art tech, and it was always going to be memorable for that, but it stayed with people since, because there is actually something of substance underneath it all. In fact, there's a deep and riveting story with a cast of likeable, fleshed out characters and a bunch of twists and turns that shook 90s gamers to their core. Square just went nuts with this game. They pushed the boat out so far, everyone on it fucking died, and no one cares because Final Fantasy VII came out. Look at the summon animations in this game, man. There was just nothing else like this at the time. Look at those cutscenes. Remember some of those story moments, some of which still get me a little up in my feelings. Oh, so when Sephiroth impales a woman in front of her crush, it's one of the most iconic moments in video game history. But when I do it, it's cucking. Okay. Final Fantasy VII has this story that somehow never really loses steam across a gargantuan runtime. A flood of always memorable, albeit sometimes for the wrong reason, minigames, and even a highly customizable battle system with the materia mechanics allowing for a ton of different strategies. Nothing was as cool in 1997 as Final Fantasy VII, but only because I was a baby and was shitting myself a lot. Still though, take the win. Kudos to you, Final Fantasy VII. Number 8. Mass Effect 2. If we judge a sequel by how it improves on its predecessor, I think Mass Effect 2 might be the greatest sequel of all time, because it is truly insane just how much it improves on the original. Everything is better, and I don't mean that as an exaggeration, just straight up, everything is better. Combat, menus, dialogue, writing, UI, environments, everything. I've finished Mass Effect 1. I think it's mid. There's some good RPG choice and consequence stuff in there, but mostly it's your pretty generic Space Marine American dude saying army lingo in space kind of fare. Mass Effect 2 starts with the death and revival of Shepard, the introduction of Cerberus and the Elusive Man, and it is infinitely more interesting from jump, and it just never lets up on that momentum. Combat and gameplay is pretty fun on its own, which is very rare for a more story-based RPG like this. Shout out to the Vanguard class in particular. Charging people down from across the map never got old, but it's the improvement to story and characters that is most stark to me. I like the companions in Mass Effect 1, but past dealing with their personal stuff, I never really got their motivation for sticking around and jumping into mortal danger with me after. It felt flimsy and really took me out of it. But building your team in Mass Effect 2 and exploring their motivations is the crux of the game, and everything is so much more earned and so much more convincing. I know people love Garrus Vakarian and simp for him and whatnot, but I need to say it. I am a certified Thane cell. I am in the Thane lane. I just care infinitely more about the characters in this game, as we are all given a reason to stick together, which is an obvious must for an RPG that I think Mass Effect 1 is kind of crucially missing. My only problem with Mass Effect 2 is that Male Shepard's voice acting is incredibly robotic, and he definitely should be screaming his lungs out a lot more considering the amount of terrifying, death-defying scenarios he's put in, and that I do feel like a lot of the companions in the early game kind of underreact to discovering that he's still alive. There's a lot of like, oh wow, Shepard, you're still alive? Ah shit, who knew? Anyway, but it's all such small beans next to the delicious 3-course meal that is Mass Effect 2. I had the suicide mission hyped up to me so much that I remember thinking, it can't possibly be that good. But it kind of just is that good, huh? A thrilling, dramatic end to a game I cannot believe they made in barely 3 years from the foundation they had. With this game, BioWare did something I thought would surely be impossible. They got me invested in American Space Marine game. Number 7. Dark Souls. You know, I found it weirdly hard to write about Dark Souls for this video. I really didn't want it all to boil down to game hard, which is something I kind of said a lot for the Sekiro entry, even though that is the defining trait of Dark Souls. As a big defender of difficulty in games, I guess what I want to say is the sheer fact that Dark Souls is hard gave birth to so many other sensations and feelings. Anyone could have seen Final Fantasy VII as a moment in the industry coming, but apart from the few sickos who had played Demon Souls, no one saw Dark Souls coming, and what made it such a phenomenon is that it offered players a new kind of high. The rush of overcoming genuine adversity that I think gaming had largely been missing since, like, the NES days. But even then, different than that. Lots of people have gotten different things emotionally out of overcoming a hard boss or finally making progress in Dark Souls for the first time in ages. For some people, that rush helped them deal with depression. For some, it forced them to learn perseverance and pushed them to engage with the game's mechanics like never before. I wonder if Dark Souls is the most analysed game of all time. It's very hard to say anything interesting about it, but that hasn't stopped oceans of other YouTubers, so I'll also remind you that it pretty much introduced a new kind of world building to video games. That incredibly subtle, abstract kind that you can only get by staring at the wall texture in the church in Undead Parish and then dusting off the fingerprints of Sir Gomley the Firewalker and cross-referencing the death animation of the Bungus Knight with Gesture 45 and still needing a YouTuber to help connect the dots for 3 hours. Dark Souls turned us all into detectives before everything needed to be a video essay. This kind of world building and storytelling might not be everyone's speed, but that's kind of the point. Dark Souls was the rare game in the early 2010s that wasn't bending over backwards to please the player at every turn. It was doing its own thing and asking you to invest, which actually forced the kind of investment out of players that other games weren't getting despite all their desperate appeasement. Also, with its messaging system, Dark Souls is surely the actual first ever Strand type game. Sorry Kojima, you've still got MGS3. The messaging system facilitates so much of the series' best moments, allowing players to get past its many roadblocks, either combat or progression oriented, that they'd never be able to otherwise, and also fueling so much of the gallows humour that makes it so charming, even in spite of its oppressive atmosphere. If you spent your life wanting a 3D Castlevania game, Dark Souls is probably a better 3D Castlevania than any 3D Castlevania that will ever exist. Put simply, it changed everything. It's one of the boldest games ever made, and to this day, there's very few people who have balls quite like FromSoft. And I mean that literally. Number 6. Minecraft. But if I thought Dark Souls was going to be hard to write about, here came Minecraft. I mean, it's the best-selling game ever. Minecraft is the Taylor Swift of video games. In the same way that she has ascended beyond humanity and become an idea, Minecraft's status as even a video game is somewhat questionable. It's a sandbox. It's a set of rules and tools that powers any idea and really any kind of fun you want to have. Competitive, communal, pure evil. If you want to do it, Minecraft will let you. A lot of games have chased this idea, I think, but Minecraft is not only the most diverse sandbox ever made like this, it also has this undeniable charm that differentiates it. Between the creepers and the endermen and the Lego-like aesthetic, it inspires a similar kind of wonder to Lego, itself so universal, so straight up fun to everyone. And because of this visual style and this novelty, Minecraft doesn't really age, and it probably never will. You can go back and play Minecraft right now and it doesn't feel like going back in time at all. In fact, it just feels right, and it can feel tense, it can feel explorative, it can feel cozy, it can feel whatever you want it to. That's the kind of feeling that is timeless, as is its soundtrack by C418. Miraculous in the sense that you can hear it for hours and hours on end, weeks at a time, and never get sick of it. A good microcosm for Minecraft as a whole, I think. Minecraft in its enormity is very hard to talk about. It's very hard to convey to you why it's so good or why it's so special. It's just this engine for stories. You go in with your friends or even alone and just see what the world has for you and what you have for the world. It is a sandbox with a level of sophistication but also a balance of charm and uniqueness that created this perfect storm. Building, combat, exploration, game creation. There's nothing you can't do in Minecraft, and there's nothing Minecraft can't do for you. Number 5. Super Mario 64. Not only is Super Mario 64 significantly superior to the previous 63 Marios, it also represents what may be the most profound and significant technical leap in the history of the medium. It's really hard to overstate how important this game is. It, in combination with a game we'll be talking about very soon, forms the closest thing I think video games have to a Citizen Kane moment. This might just be the moment video games arrived. Some will insist that it happened much sooner or much later with some other game, or even that they still haven't arrived as a legitimate art form. They're the only people left trying to make that argument, I think, are crusty old white people who will thankfully soon be dead. There were so many roadblocks to overcome in making a fully 3D Mario game. Control, animation, and perhaps most pressing of all, camera. 3D platformers had existed before, but they were bad. Mostly because none of them controlled like Mario in Mario 64, who, through the use of the N64's analog stick, was moving all around the world in full 360 degrees. When Nintendo personified the camera in the form of a Lakitu in the opening moments of Super Mario 64, it's them telling the player, yeah, we thought of this. The free-moving camera control of Mario 64 is the piece de resistance. It's what makes the game what it is. It's what allows that freedom of movement, of traversal no game had achieved prior, and many still struggled fatally with for years after. In 1996, Mario 64 just shattered every glass ceiling. It fixed so many problems 3D games were having and even were going to have in one fell swoop. And it's not like the game isn't fantastic on its own merits even outside of all the technical achievement. It's exactly what you could want out of a 3D Mario game, with all the fun, colour and personality. So many unforgettable levels and moments are packed into this adventure. The battles with Bowser, the slide, the staircase, MIPS. The open 3D environments inspired such wonder in players at the time that Mario 64 is one of the most theorised about games ever. Players latching onto a statue in the castle courtyard with an inscription that supposedly read "L is real," suggesting it as proof that Luigi was originally supposed to be in the game. And while that is certainly not what that statue says, as it turns out, he was. With the wide open levels and boundary breaking technology, it was hard not to get swept up in the hysteria that was Mario 64. It is the revolution in video games. Maybe the most important game ever? Maybe the original Mario Bros. Cinches it? It probably does. Players couldn't believe it when they found out L was real. But I think in 1996, when you saw it for the first time, it was kind of hard to believe this game was real at all. Number 4. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. Even to this day, many people will tell you that The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time is the best game ever made. It is probably the most common answer if that's the question you're asking. How is it that such an answer is so common over 2.5 decades after its release? Well, if you've played it at any point in your life, at any point in time, I don't think you require much of an explanation. Here's a quick litmus test on whether or not a game has aged well. Firstly, is it at least, let's say, 15 years old? If yes, good. Your second question will not be a complete waste of time and you're not just some Redditor desperate for discourse about even the stupidest, most minute thing. Secondly, is it still fun to play today? And pretty simply, if the answer is yes, then that game has aged well. And when I think of games that have aged well, Ocarina of Time is the first thing that comes to mind. Still perfectly playable and enjoyable in its original form, with maybe one part that would make me consider busting out the Game Shark. Does Game Shark work with an N64? Honestly, I'll take an actual shark who I can grab onto and he could get me around down there. Doing a lot of the heavy lifting is the Z targeting system created for Ocarina of Time that became the basis of 3D combat in legions of 3D action games since. Nintendo completely changed the game with camera in a 3D environment again and created a combat system that was totally mind-blowing at the time and still holds up very well today. Yes, there's a lot of waiting, but it still feels kinetically better than almost anything else of the time, and like Mario 64, a lot of the things that came after it too. Dan Houser, co-founder of Rockstar and one of the figureheads of the early success of Grand Theft Auto, once said, "Anyone who makes 3D games who says they've not borrowed anything from Mario or Zelda is lying." But this much is axiomatic at this point. Anyone with eyes can see that these are the games that laid the foundation for gaming in a 3D space. So let's instead talk about the vibes, because that's what Ocarina of Time is built on. Ocarina of Time has this dreamlike quality that invites nostalgia even in people who play it but didn't grow up with it. Of course, its soundtrack is so much to do with that, but so are its many quiet moments, like when Saria confronts you on the bridge as you leave Kokiri Forest. I'm really not trying to do a whole retrospective on Ocarina of Time here. You know why so many people consider it the greatest game of all time. I'm just going to give a quick nod to the dungeon design, particularly to my favourite, the Spirit Temple, and also this bit where a giant fish totally fucks with you by taking 11 hours to scoot his ass over to the side so you can get bored and leave it at that. It's obviously one of the best games ever. It captures a fairy tale feeling of adventure like nothing else. It had a very good case for topping this list, and you know all this already because it's undeniable. Number 3. Bloodborne. Bloodborne is not exactly a game changer, it's not exactly important or revolutionary, and it doesn't do that much new. What it is that fucking good. It is, also, if I may digress for a moment, the second ever BRPG, that's British role-playing game, which I think has to count for something. Bloodborne takes everything you loved about Dark Souls, the interconnected world, the grim dark lore, the tactical punishing combat, and just makes it all better. Most notably, the combat is refined to perfection, incentivizing aggression by allowing you to regain lost health by attacking the enemy back. This is what fighting games do. Bloodborne feels more like a fighting game and less like some dude's fucked up Super Mario Maker level where he just puts in a door that opens up above a pit of spikes and then plays a laughing sound effect. And with its lack of shields, focus on parries, and addition of a fucking gun, you have a game that forces you to fight in the fun way. It gives you no option but to fight in the way that is coolest and gets you most pumped. And thank God, you're going to need that adrenaline because this shit is terrifying. Of all the FromSoft games, I think Bloodborne has the greatest creative syntax, if you will. Which is to say, creative consistency. You can see the Souls game's dark medieval fantasy inclinations very plainly, the influence Berserk and Castlevania had on them. You can see the more high fantasy leanings of Elden Ring, taking so many cues from Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings, but they're a little bit mired and muddled, a little less focused. FromSoft's clear admiration for H.P. Lovecraft seeps in the fucked upness of those worlds and their monster designs, and it's not that they clash or anything, but in Bloodborne they lean in on their love of cosmic horror, which feels like it informs everything about the world, every enemy, every area, every sound effect, and there's a level of consistency and commitment to the themes that I think just isn't quite there in other FromSoft games. And that's the coolest thing about Bloodborne to me, the commitment. Everything is so fucked up and horrible. It's the horror FromSoft game, and you'll probably never see anything like it again. Rom, Vicar Amelia, Ludwig, a bunch of the most deliciously disgusting, vile monster designs ever put into a video game. I said FromSoft had balls. You know those giant fucking invisible monsters that grab you in Cathedral Ward? Yeah, you can see them if you have 40 insight. It's a lesser amygdala. Have fun sleeping. Can we get more games doing a Victorian London cosmic horror thing? It's such a cool theme with so much still to be done with, I think. I mean, how many times can we do feudal Japan until we're bored of it? More Victorian London, more jungle stuff like MGS3, more ancient Egypt, please. Bloodborne has the best combat, the most interesting world, for my money, the most unique theming, and a bunch of the smartest design decisions of any Soulsborne game. Then it has the old hunters, up there with The Witcher 3's DLC for maybe the best DLC ever. Souls did a bunch of cool stuff, but Bloodborne did almost all of it better. Elden Ring has that open world, but I think most people think, the best parts of Elden Ring are the legacy dungeons, where it's just being more like straight up Souls. And Bloodborne is straight up Souls, but better. So, yeah, it's a stone cold classic. The BRPG genre looking pretty good right now. Number 2. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I didn't play Breath of the Wild for the first time until 2019, which means that, like when I went into Undertale, I went in knowing a lot of its biggest tricks. I knew about the Yiga clan members you can find out in the open world, I knew about the whole set piece around Gerudo Town, and I knew about the dragons. And yet, like Undertale, because it's that special, it still totally floored me. What I think is most remarkable about Breath of the Wild is that this is Nintendo's first time making a game like this, a big open world RPG, if you insist on calling it an RPG, and it was a bold change in direction for one of its most legendary franchises, and yet, on the first time of asking, they fixed basically every problem other open world games had. Checklists and obnoxious waypoints and map markers, non-existent. Lame traversal and repetitive open world, absolutely not. Constantly repeated content for the sake of filling up the game artificially, I mean, kinda? But not really. Anything the game repeats, from shrines to overworld bosses to towers in particular, it almost always experiments with quite significantly. You think you know what a tower in Breath of the Wild is and how to approach it, and then the game hits you with one surrounded by quicksand, covered in corruption, or even a particularly huge one in the desert that practically requires you to scale a makeshift fortress that runs up the side of it. Every time you think you've got the game figured out, it innovates on its own ideas and throws you a curveball, and I fucking love it. I feel like I need to quickly address the lack of Tears of the Kingdom on this list, by the way. Yes, Tears of the Kingdom would definitely be the better game to go back and play now, because it's pretty much just Breath of the Wild with expanded physics and mechanics and more stuff, but that's kind of why it isn't on here. Because Breath of the Wild, for first introducing those things, especially on such a radical pivot for the series, is infinitely more impressive. I like Tears of the Kingdom a lot. I think it's very good, but if it weren't for the 2 per franchise rule, I'm still not totally sure if it would make this list, because it doesn't really do quite enough. Certainly, it doesn't even improve on the story, which is the one area where Breath of the Wild is lacking in my opinion. If anything, is worse. The freedom that Breath of the Wild affords you, to me, is more meaningful than the freedom afforded to you by basically any other open world game. Because it's not just about where you go and when, it's about how you get there, how you solve the many puzzles along the way, and how you interface with its many mechanics and systems. The Sheikah Slate abilities paired with its physics system, which yes, would be greatly expanded in its sequel, but is certainly still present here, makes Breath of the Wild an incredibly fun sandbox on top of a beautiful open world. Almost nothing can compare to the simple joy of sequence breaking and solving a puzzle in a manner you're pretty sure was not the intended way. I could watch clips of people cheesing puzzles in shrines and figuring out alternative solutions for hours. For Nintendo to let you do stuff like this, to let you, encourage you even, to find your own solutions to their puzzles is so unlike them, and it only makes Breath of the Wild feel more unreal. As far as being an open world game is concerned, I think it's the best ever down to its fundamentals. The most awe-inspiring, the most inviting, the most constantly surprising, and clearly lots of people agree. It came very close to taking the top spot. Your first playthrough of Breath of the Wild is the height of the magic that video games can produce. And finally, at long last, here we are. Number 1. Resident Evil 4. Taken aback by this choice? Surprised? Shocked? Offended? Maybe? Lots of lists out there regularly rank Resident Evil 4 very high up, often top 10 minimum, but I'm here to tell you that I think it's actually the best ever, based on the many perfect scores and Game of the Year awards, even Game of the Decade awards from critics and outlets, and also, yeah, based on my opinion too. The thing about Resident Evil 4 is it doesn't have the big epic moments or the jaw-dropping wonder of a lot of the other games that made it high up on this list, but what it is, in my estimation, is closer to perfect than any video game yet seen. A perfect video game, of course, does not exist, and we should not reserve our perfect scores for this supposed mythical perfect game, but Resident Evil 4, I think, just doesn't do anything wrong. Think about the metric I outlined earlier, how effectively a game achieves its goals. Consider what Resident Evil 4 is going for. It's an action horror game, a pivot away from the pure survival horror of previous Resident Evil and into a more actiony blend. And in pursuit of that, what does it do badly? Where is the flaw? Even Breath of the Wild has mid-side quests and a bad story and characters. Resident Evil 4's pacing is perfect. Its tone is perfect. Its gunplay and combat mechanics are perfect. Yes, I will get onto that. Its characters and story are not perfect, but they're not bad at all. Looking to come away from the fixed camera angles of previous Resident Evil games so as to have something a bit more dynamic, Resident Evil 4 pioneered the over-the-shoulder view that would effectively give life to the third-person shooter. Every game with that perspective, from Dead Space to Gears of War to The Last of Us, owes their existence in large part to this game-changing perspective shown off by Resident Evil 4. A perspective the devs didn't even consider consider was that groundbreaking at the time. Usually the thought of taking a horror franchise and making it more action-oriented would be a huge turn-off, both for me and I suspect any big horror fans. The elevator pitch for Resi 4 does not exactly inspire much hope, and yet they strike that balance perfectly. Because yes, you now have a much more dynamic camera, but the designers at Capcom didn't forget that for a game to be scary, or at least tense, the player character can't have too much power. They understand that limiting the player character will make for more delicious, nutritious friction, and that's why retaining the tank controls of the old PS1 games, meaning that you can only move in 4 directions and it's very hard to just turn around and get out of there, is not only a good thing, but the best thing. Resident Evil 4 has this perfect push and pull where you, as Leon Kennedy, are powerful and killing dudes is fun, especially when they react in different ways depending on where and how you shoot them, but you still need to be careful and considered in every combat encounter because you don't have freedom of movement and you can't Mario long jump all around the halls of a Spanish castle. This extends to the resource economy. Never before or since have I seen a game dole out ammo and equipment with such laser precise perfect pacing. You never feel like you have too much ammo, you always feel like you have just barely enough, and that creates so much tension. Every encounter is strategic and therefore more satisfying when you manage to get through it without expending too many resources. And the perfection of this pacing extends to the main story as well. There is truly never a dull moment in Resident Evil 4. Before anything has time to get boring, boom, you're doing COD zombies, boom, you're getting chased by a giant statue, boom, it's the fucking regenerators. One of the single greatest and most terrifying set pieces in any video game. I love this bit. A masterclass in horror and building suspense, and yet as much as they freak you out, the regenerators are really fun to fight, and you have to fight them so differently. They're a total change of pace. Don't get it twisted, Resident Evil 4 can be scary. More often, it can be tense, but it's a horror game I think even those who don't love horror can play because it achieves this beautiful blend in tone. It's spooky, but it's also really silly. Basically every dialogue exchange between Leon and Salazar invokes the cheesy schlock of an 80s action movie. The Merchant is this inexplicable walking catchphrase, Ashley needs help jumping down a ledge, and no, Ashley is not a flaw. She adds a ton of tension to the game, and every design decision related to her makes perfect sense. You just have a thing about women. The segment where you play as her alone through the castle library is fantastic. Yet another of the game's brilliant horror set pieces. Oh yeah, the inventory system, by the way, needlessly fun. You like Tetris? Yeah, 27 on this list. Tetris is in Resident Evil 4. You play it every time you want to store equipment, and the limited space of your inventory case offers up yet another limitation that enhances the game's tension and friction in a fun way. I consider the 2023 remake to be basically interchangeable with the original Resident Evil 4, by the way. It darkens the tone a bit more, getting rid of a bit of the fun camp and notably my beloved statue chase, but it also brings with it a ton of cool extra content, including that awesome shooting range. Everything Resident Evil 4 tries, it pulls off. It passes every test with flying colours. It is this beautiful blend of action and horror that is intelligently designed from every angle, and I think anyone can enjoy or even understand the appeal of just from watching. It also has this amazing atmosphere and sense of place, creepy rural Spain. Again, it's pretty novel, and the village is an amazing opening, and the island is much better than people give it credit for, but that castle, man, that's what video games are all about. The midsection of this game in Salazar's castle is just pure video game magic to me. Constantly surprising, occasionally funny, always fun. It's the best, and I think Resident Evil 4 is the best. There may not be a perfect video game, but I think it's the closest we've come yet. And so, as of right now, I think it's the greatest game of all time. Whew. Having now finally finished this biggest YouTube video I've ever made and praying to God I will ever make, I almost don't know what to say. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you got a kick out of it, because an ungodly amount of work has gone into it over these past few months. I mentioned in the Tetris section that I've never been abroad. Well, a few weeks after this video goes live, I'll be changing that. I'm going on a well-earned holiday to Phantasialand in Germany, and viewer, let me tell you, they have this roller coaster called Taron, and I am going to ride that shit until my balls fall off. Before I get out here and effectively go into vacation mode, I want to say a huge thank you to Palette Swap's legendary patrons, Bad Speller, Strawberry, Bijan Imadi, Kinslow TN, and Serial Laura Bayer. A huge thank you to you lovely people. With more support like this at patreon.com/paletteswapmag, we can pay ourselves to work like this, and will hopefully soon actually be profitable. Because, yeah, something tells me that YouTube ad revenue from this alone is not going to reimburse me for the time I invested in it. So, if you sign up, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you very much. Right now, I don't know what's next. I ain't even thinking about it. But whatever it is, I hope you'll be there, and I hope you'll enjoy it. That's the video. I'm done. See you next time.